want to apologize for my tardiness. I would like to call to order.
Can you guys hear Paul?
I think he froze.
As we navigate the Zoom meeting process.
Mr. Mayor, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
Well, we heard that.
I can hear him now, right. Keep going, Paul. Just keep going.
Mayor, you
Members
just
of
froze
the public, can you hear that?
Yes.
Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch it by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting. At this screen, you can click on the tab to either just watch the meeting or to sign up to speak on particular items. Those who wish to speak during the meeting should follow the instructions at malibucity.org/virtual meeting. Please make sure you visit malibucity.org/virtual meeting early to sign up to speak and download the Zoom application. The city clerk will call on those who have signed up to speak when the item is called, so you must be present in the Zoom meeting to be recognized. May I have a roll call?
Councilmember Fair,
Here.
Councilmember Pearson,
Here.
Councilmember Euring,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Here.
Mayor Grisanti.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Do we have any public speakers on the closed session item?
We had 3 speakers who have signed up saying they'd like to speak on the closed session item. They are Deborah Bianco, Marilyn Cosentino, and Sherman Sherman. We'll hear from Deborah Bianco first on the closed session item. Deborah, you should see a pop-up asking you to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Hi, guys. How's everybody doing today?
Very good. Are you pursuing items subject pursuant to Government Code Sections 5496-9?
Well, I'm here tonight to talk about the Malibu Farmers Market.
I think that would be better served by being at item 2A. Am I correct, Trevor?
Am I not on 2A?
No, Deborah,
No.
This is for the closed session. We do have you signed up for 2A as well later in the evening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is just comments on the closed session item.
Okay, sorry, guys. See you later.
Right.
Okay, we do have Marilyn Cosentino here, so let's see if she meant to speak on the closed session item. Marilyn, you should see a pop-up asking you to unmute.
Hi, I should definitely be on the open part, and I already told Peter, I think his name was, to take me off of the closed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marilyn.
You're welcome.
And I don't see Sherman in the meeting, so that concludes public comment on the closed session item.
Okay. We will now recess to the closed session to discuss the item listed on the closed session agenda. We will reconvene at 6:30 p.m. to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. So we'll see you over there. Okay. It is now 6:30. I'd like to call to order the Malibu City Council adjourned regular meeting of September 27th, 2022. This meeting is being held by teleconference due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we appreciate everyone's patience as we navigate this Zoom meeting process. Council members and city staff are participating from remote locations, and all votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch it by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting. At this screen, you can click on the tab to either just watch the meeting or to sign up to speak on particular items. Those who wish to speak during the meeting should follow the instructions at malibucity.org/virtual meeting. Please make sure you visit malibucity.org/virtual meeting early to sign up to speak and to download the Zoom application. The city clerk will call on those who have signed up to speak when the item is called, so you must be present in the Zoom meeting to be recognized. Council members, if you have comments to make during the meeting, please raise your hand and I will call on you in turn so we can make our discussion clear for the record and the public. May I have a roll call?
Councilmember Fair,
Here.
Councilmember Pearson,
Here.
Councilmember Euring,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Here.
Mayor Grisanti.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
Of
United
the United States of America.
and
and
to
to
the
the
And to the
republic
republic
for
for
which it
which
for which
stands,
it stands,
one
One
nation,
one nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
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 with
with
liberty
liberty
and justice
for
for
all.
all.
Thank you. May I have a closed session report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. At 6:00 p.m., the council convened an open session and then recessed to closed session for the items posted on the listed agenda. All 5 council members were present and took no reportable action.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
I see Steve Euring's hand.
Yes, I'd like to ask that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Sarah Wan. Sarah, anybody who's lived in Malibu for any amount of time knows who Sarah was. She was a ferocious defender of the environment, the coast, and the Coastal Act. She did a lot of great things, and I was glad to call her my friend, so I hope we can do that. Thank you, Paul.
Great suggestion. Okay. Okay. So I still have a motion to approve the agenda with that addition, I hope. And is there a second?
I'll second it.
I have 3 seconds, so that's pretty good. Okay. May I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. May I have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on September 15th, 2022.
Terrific. I see we have a ceremonial presentation, which is item number 1A. And it is a proclamation, which I will read, declaring September 22nd as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And I'm informed that receiving the proclamation will be Stephen Firestein, Volunteer Director of Kids Cancer Connection, Dr. Amy Firestein, Volunteer Clinical Services Director of Kids Cancer Connection, and Carol Agajanian Proman. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection report, cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. This tragic disease is detected in more than 16,000 of our country's young people every year. And whereas 1 in 5 of our nation's children loses his or her battle with cancer, Many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. And whereas founded nearly 30 years ago by Stephen Firestein, a member of the philanthropic Max Factor Cosmetics family, and American Cancer Fund for Children Incorporated, Kids Cancer Connection Incorporated, to children undergoing cancer.
Mr. Mayor, we can't hear you. You're freezing up.
Maybe the Mayor Pro Tem should take over for right now.
Do you mind introducing this one?
I'd be pleased to do that, but I don't have the proclamation.
We do have Amy Firestein here, if maybe we'd like to hear her comments about the proclamation.
Oh,
I'm here.
Amy, would you like to say a few words? I'm sorry for the technical difficulty.
That's
Perhaps
okay. We appreciate the fact.
You can read it again.
Okay, so we do appreciate you guys supporting Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. We'd like to thank the City of Malibu, Mayor Grisanti, Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein, and the City Council for supporting childhood cancer awareness. Children with cancer need a lot of support via their families, the medical community, and the community at large. And raising awareness about childhood cancer is a large part of this, and that's what we're doing here today. These children are brave, strong, determined, as are their families and loved ones, and they have to be to face this battle. So through our work at Kids Cancer Connection, American Cancer Fund for Children, and in association with the support of government, we're able to further assist these amazing children and their families. So again, we'd like to thank you for honoring these children and offering your support in the battle against childhood cancer. And we can only hope that one day we will no longer need to issue this type of proclamation.
Thank you very much, Amy. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. You've supported us for many, many, many years, and we truly appreciate it.
Thank
Paul,
you.
Able to take over again?
I am ready to recover. I'm so sorry. Okay. That takes us to written and oral communications from the public, item 2A. Do we have any public speakers, Kelsey?
Yes, you have 13 speakers for this item. The first few are Deborah Bianco, Pat Healy, Bill Sampson, Claire Brown, and Keon Schulman. We'll hear from Deborah Bianco first.
Thank you. Hi, Deborah. Are you available?
Deborah, you should see a pop-up asking you to unmute. If Deborah is not available at the
Yes, no, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. By any chance, is there a way that we can have two people before me? I'm just asking, so it kind of goes in order. Is that allowed?
Who would you like to put before you?
Elizabeth,
Elizabeth,
if she's there.
if she, and then right after her, Marilyn, and then me, if possible.
Can we recognize Elizabeth? Do we see Elizabeth in the room?
Give us one moment here. I don't see Elizabeth Ryder in the meeting.
Okay. How about Marilyn? She should be there.
I do have Marilyn Costantino in the meeting if you'd like to hear from her next, Mayor.
All right, let's hear from Marilyn Costantino.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Cosentino. and I'm going to read the Planning Commission's transcript from February 29th, 2016. This transcript highlights the concluded resolution for the Malibu Farmers Market to operate as usual on Sundays at Civic Center Way in the parking lot during the construction of the Santa Monica College Satellite Building and thereafter. Maria Chong Castillo provides her input. I just want to say, so sorry, just to clarify with regards to Cornucopia Farmers Market, there is an agreement between Farmers Market and the county because we are the landowner. And this has already been approved by the Board of Supervisors that they are allowed to have their event per a designated area. And I forgot the timing or timeline, but I believe it is every weekend. So that has all been approved, and Santa Monica City College, per this project, is required to accommodate them during construction and after. And this is what we're doing. So it is not a construction project. It doesn't take away the land or amount of square footage. So it's a wash. And in terms of parking, they will also accommodate the parking. So it is during construction and after construction. And as far as the labor exchange, Santa Monica College has committed in conjunction with the county to relocate the labor exchange to another location in the premises. We are looking at 2 locations. So that is the commitment that the county has with the labor exchange. Mike Pearson. Okay, so you are saying we don't need an addition? Maria Chong Castillo. No, because we already granted it. That's it. Thank you for
Marilyn.
listening.
And Mayor, I still don't see Elizabeth Ryder in the meeting. Would you like me to circle back to Deborah Bianco?
Please do. Deborah?
Deborah, you should see a pop-up asking you to unmute.
Hey, sorry, thank you. There was, I wish Elizabeth was there. She's telling us she is, but she's not, right?
What name is she on under?
Is she under maybe Lizzie or Elizabeth?
Elizabeth Ryder.
Elizabeth Ryder?
I don't have anyone under the name Elizabeth or Ryder or Liz.
All right, well, thank you. I'll just
Go ahead.
wing it without her. I think the city council and the mayor knows. I've sent them a letter stating everything about what's going on as far as the visual of the farmers market and how much property there's left, which is there's very, very little property left for us to work on. And there really is. And there's always supposed to be 2 outlets at the farmers market site, most parking lots as well. And that's stated in our permit. We had to get it signed off by the fire department, and it was also visited and signed off by the sheriff's department in case of fires or emergencies. Well, right now that's not happening. The college has put up, and I've sent the photos to everybody and videos, the college put up a fence. With that fence, although there is a gate there, the gate can be opened. I don't know what's going to happen, but the way it is now, there's only one way in and one way out, and it's not safe for the residents. It's not safe for anyone. What I'm asking the city council to do, the county has breached their promise. Now, we sent you the video. You could hear it yourself. You heard the transcript. I doubt very much that it went to the city, meaning you, because that was a planning department meeting. And if it did go to the city, I doubt the city would vote against that. So that's why I'm coming to the city now to save our market and protect us. I mean, we're hanging on thin threads right now. What I need you to do is perhaps direct your staff, because I know planning could figure these things out. I have 1 or 2 solutions that I could run by the city right now. One of them, short-term solution, especially for this weekend, please help us for this weekend, is go to the college, or actually you would have to go to the county, and perhaps the county can direct the college to relocate the my storage container, all those other storage containers that are there, as well as the labor exchange, and perhaps put it on the chili cook-off site. That would help. That at least will get us going through this weekend and perhaps next. And then in the interim, I know we happened to go across the street a couple of weeks ago to Legacy Park. It was so beautiful. You should see the residents. I mean, God, I told everybody, don't come on tonight. Don't, because I believe the city is going to help us, but they loved it there. I know there's difficulties of it getting there. Maybe the city could work on that, but a little, I can
Deborah, that's your time.
May I say one more thing and then let go? May I?
Quickly, Deborah, please.
Yes. The other solution to that area would be that we would only be on the outskirts of Legacy Park. We wouldn't be on it. We would be on the outskirts, just like we were last week, 2 weeks ago. Thank you so much for that extra time. I appreciate it.
Looking forward to meeting with you offline. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pat Healy, followed by Bill Sampson, Claire Brown, Keon Schulman, and Sherman Sherman.
Pat, are you available?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Council. I'm going to be asking you to authorize a letter to the state legislature supporting the acquisition of the Edge property. As you know, the Edges has become a willing seller of 3 holdings in our area in Malibu. It's the 128-acre Primrose parcel, the 150-acre Archery parcel, and in the county, it's the 152-acre Sweetwater Mesa parcel, which overlooks PCH and the Malibu Pier. All the parcels are contiguous to National Park Service land, and they're very valuable because of their habitat values and as permanent open space. Acquisition funding will come from the state. When acquired, the properties will become part of the National Park Service holdings if they're accepted by them. Otherwise, it will be held by the state parks or MRCA. The letter should be addressed to the state assemblymen and senators, the current ones and the future ones. And I'm just asking you to please authorize this letter so it can go out as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Our next speaker is Bill Sampson, followed by Claire Brown, Keon Schulman, Sherman Sherman, and Sanjay Gar.
Mr. Sampson, are you available?
Yes, I am. First, I want to thank Kelsey for assisting me, and I presume my 5 opponents, in navigating the thicket of arcane rules and regulations in the FPPC. I don't understand it at all, and Kelsey has been helpful. So thank you, Kelsey. Next, we have a camping ordinance here. I would like the council to urge the sheriff to start enforcing it. I'm not talking about homeless people. I'm talking about people permanently camping in vehicles. The parking stuff, no parking signs are one thing, but we have a camping ordinance. Yeah, I think it's enforceable. Ask your lawyer. Ask Bruce Silverstein. But it's not happening. There's a van that's been parked on Broad Beach Road now across, I'm near a celebrity's home. I don't want to cause that person trouble. But it's been there about 3 weeks now. Person just, is there all the time. So see if you can do that. Next, we have an ugly, hideous, grotesque, and I believe illegal tower very close to where we might someday have a city council meeting again, and right there by the college. It's that red and white thing. You all know about it. You've heard about it. Please make them take it down. Doubtless involves some work, but give it a shot. Finally, I went and looked at the August 23rd, 2021 council meeting where I talked about the triathlon. Well, the same thing happened this year. We all want to have them. Charities are great. I'd really rather pick my own. I suspect most of the money does not go to Children's Hospital. They gave him $1 million according to a photograph this year. And I like that place. I successfully got $4 million of a client's money to it back in the 90s when $4 million might have actually been $4 million. So it's not like I don't like the place. It's not like I don't like kids. But think about it. Everybody in Western Malibu had no choice Saturday and Sunday. Ask yourselves, would you take 7 hours on 2 consecutive days of home confinement? That's what we got. I've asked them to pay me for my house cleaner. The poor lady came all the way out from Normandy and 57th to clean my house on Saturday. She couldn't get here because she could not get past Heathercliff. She's on my payroll forever. I don't care. I pay her, period. But Rosemary and I cleaned the house. And right now, 9 days later, garbage is still on Zuma Beach. 9 days later, the promoter made millions. The penalty for littering in Singapore, where this company is based,
Thank you, Bill.
is public
that's your
flogging.
time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker would be Claire Brown, but I don't see her in the meeting, so we'll try to circle back and we'll hear from Keon Schulman, followed by Sherman, Sanjay Gar, and Scott Tallal.
Hi, Keon, are you available?
Keon,
There we go. Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Grisante, City Council members and staff. I'm Keon Schulman of Poison Free Malibu. Please excuse my repeated requests, but this is a matter of urgency. This concerns the city's implementation strategy for the LCP amendment for pesticide restrictions. The council approved the amendment more than a year ago on June 28, 2021. It has been on the agenda, but has been delayed now for the 4th time. Many people express concern and frustration to us that the poisoning of wildlife is still going on. You may have seen the 2 latest tragedies announced by the National Park Service just this month. An adult female mountain lion, P54, had died from a car collision earlier, a common fate for animals weakened by these poisons on Las Virgenes between Mulholland and Payuma. She was pregnant with 4 full-term kittens. All of the kittens tested positive for rat poison, including a non-anticoagulant bromothalen, a nerve toxin that has no antidote. And just yesterday, the National Park Service told us that yet another mountain lion, P65, was found dead by a stream in the central Santa Monica Mountains from rodent poison induced mange. Her case of mange was severe, evidenced by hair loss and skin encrustation, especially on her face and head. She was also extremely emaciated. Toxicology tests revealed that she was exposed to 5 different poisons, including bromothalen. The news release says that the Park Service researchers now documented the presence of rat poison in 39 of the 40 local mountain lions. The fact is, poisons do travel up the wildlife food chain to the bobcats, coyotes, hawks, owls, raccoons, skunks, foxes, etc., even though your friendly pest control operator will tell you there is no danger to wildlife. Also, your dog and cat can be poisoned in your own backyard, even if you don't use pesticides, as the poisoned rodents travel and can live up to 10 days. Please move the LCP amendment implementation strategy forward as soon as possible. Lastly, we would like to acknowledge Sarah Wan, who passed recently. Among her many causes, she helped Poison Free Malibu a few years ago to craft the language for the LCP amendment and to promote it to other cities up and down the coast. Her wisdom and passionate advocacy for the environment will be missed greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Keon.
Our next speaker would be Sherman, but I don't see them in the meeting, so we'll try to circle back and we'll hear from Sanjay Gar next, followed by Scott Tallal, Hans Ling, and John Mazza.
Hi, Sanjay, are you available?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, well, first I want to thank you for your public service. My name is Sanjay Gar. As we know, the drought condition in California is going from bad to dire. We have 2 major arteries that supplies us water in Southern California. The first is the state aqueduct, and the second is the Colorado River. In the last 10 years, the state aqueduct has not been as reliable as we hoped, but we've been fortunate to have the Colorado River. Unfortunately, the Colorado River will not be there next year, and I'm metaphorically thinking of it as a heart attack. And it won't last 1 year, but 10 years. We are really entering into uncharted territory. Now, West Basin Municipal Water District is responsible for providing a safe and affordable and reliable water. Unfortunately, the district has not shown sound judgment. The district spent over $65 million of our money on evaluating a desalination project that led to nowhere. In addition, the district hired a general manager without a college education, no sexual settlement, conflict of interest. He was on the payroll of the largest vendor of the district. The recruiting firm didn't even select him for an interview. When he was hired, he was there for 3 years, and he created such a toxic work environment that 30% of the most qualified staff have left. Fortunately, he's not there anymore. There's no question, sound judgment is needed. My name is Sanjay Gar, as I mentioned. I've been passionate about water resource management since 1994. I have 2 master's degrees, one from UC Santa Cruz, the second from Harvard University. I've consulted over 100 different agencies in California, including the city of Malibu. I've been passionate. I'll be passionate. I hope to bring a lifetime of passion and experience at West Basin to improve the leadership, ensure our water resources are protected and affordable. I have a plan to navigate these uncharted times. I hope you consider me for the November 8th election, Board of Director, Division 4. Again, I want to thank you, City Council members, for all your public service. I know that's a tough job you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay.
Our next speaker is Scott Talal, followed by Hans Leong, John Mazza, and Elizabeth Ryder.
Mr. Talal, are you available?
I am. Hi there.
Hi.
Thank you all for giving us a chance to talk. I know you've got a busy agenda, so I'm going to be as quick as possible. Just over a year ago, a self-styled business competitor who doesn't even live here filed a code violation complaint concerning Malibu Film Society. Even though that lone complaint contained provably false accusations, the planning department basically pulled the plug on Film Society screenings here in Malibu and has since stopped us from accepting an invitation to move our events to the only other suitable local venue we can find. Council chambers and other spaces at City Hall just won't work. I spent 2 years as a part of the Malibu Arts Task Force, which among other things searched out every available venue in Malibu. Very few meet the standards studios require for us to show their films. Council chambers and other rooms at City Hall are not among them. Malibu Pacific Church has the one acceptable space we can find, and they still want to make them our new home. But the city still says no unless new permit applications are filed and approved. We even reached out to every single homeowner and resident living on adjacent streets. Not one of them expressed so much as a single concern, and some actually like the idea of having a place within walking distance where they could go to the movies. Which leads me to ask one simple question. Exactly what good are regulations and decisions that actually work against the interests of our community? We have a successful, well-established nonprofit organization with universal film industry support to bring movies back to Malibu. We have a location that's happy to host them and neighbors who don't have any concerns about this at all. We also have almost 2,000 locals who signed up for our email database, all of whom want us to bring movies back to Malibu. Hardly a day goes by without someone asking us why this hasn't happened yet. So, why can't the city find a way to cut through the red tape and all of the permitting hoops that are supposed to be working for, not against, the people of Malibu? Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Our next speaker is Hans Leong, followed by John Mazza, Elizabeth Ryder, and Joe Drummond.
Mr. Lane, are you available?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Greetings. My name is Hans Leong, and I serve as a councilman in the city of Monterey Park. But tonight I'm not here to serve in that capacity and speak in that capacity, but rather to speak as president of AFSCME Local 685, the LA County Deputy Probation Officers Union, representing nearly 3,000 members throughout LA County. As you're aware, Campus Kilpatrick was a state-of-the-art facility that was developed to house low-risk to medium-risk youth in a cottage-like environment. And as you're aware, that is in Malibu. As you also may be aware, as a result of SB 92, the California Department of Juvenile Justice, which was responsible for housing, caring, and servicing these 707B offenders. And just so you're clear, 707B offenses are such as murder, rape, assault, kidnapping, etc. And these youth that were adjudicated and convicted of these particular crimes used to be managed by a number of facilities throughout the state under the California Department of Juvenile Justice. As a result of SB 92, those facilities will be disbanded, and the remaining youth will stay in the county. And as you know, the probation or the county has been responsible for identifying a location where these youth will be housed and treated. It's been narrowed down to Campus Kilpatrick. We had asked as the union to meet with the department. We had provided proposals on how we believed it would be a safe way to make that transition. We had asked for a safety plan, a map of the facility indicating where safety enhancements would be implemented. And at the end of the day, we never got a response from the board. And at the end of August, they voted to start moving youth to Campus Kilpatrick. And it's my understanding that 6 youth have been moved already. And there were some board members that wanted to advocate the move of over 20 youth at one time. While we're concerned about the safety, since we are the ones working with these populations every day in and day out, we believe it's also a safety concern for the city of Malibu. And we urge the city council to demand that the county hold off on this transfer until we can come up with a agreeable safety plan that ensures that the people that are members of our union are safe working with this population, that the kids that we service are safe in that environment, as well as the community surrounding Kilpatrick in Malibu. So again, thank you for the time. Have a great evening, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Hans.
Our next speaker is John Mazza, followed by Elizabeth Ryder, Joe Drummond, and Ryan.
Mr. Mazza, are you available?
I should be unmuted. Prior in the meeting, Mrs. Cosentino read the transcript from the Planning Commission meeting, at which Mikey was there, I was there, and Steve Uring was in the audience. That conversation you heard was after I had tried to introduce a motion to include protections for the farmers market, the same as the labor exchange had. And unfortunately, we believe the county. Unfortunately, they lied to us. And that puts in question, in my mind, all conversations dealing with other agencies, because it's not the first time it's happened. The farmers market is a gathering point for Malibu. It's a very important thing. We don't have gathering points. We don't have places where people really meet their neighbors. They don't meet them at the village shopping center looking for Gucci dresses or whatever. They meet them at the farmers market and other places also. To have the city have essentially their facility, the labor exchange, plunked down in the middle of the space that makes the farmers market unavailable for their vendors, to force them to violate safety codes is not right. So I really hope that you consider this as a serious thing. It's been a long time in COVID for a market to survive. And it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And once we lose it, it's gone. So really consider that very much. I also want to mention that I was on the poison-free task force. We raised money to hire an attorney. We spent years getting everything approved. We spent a lot of time with staff. We got everything ready, and we can't get a hearing. I think you really need to consider that. It's very important. The other thing I want to mention is that Pat's request for an acquisition, or basically the land between Latigo and Corral Canyon, which is, as we know, 28 landslides. And the archery range is fantastic parkland, not good housing land, and we should do everything we can to support that and support Sarah Retreat into keeping the land above them open and hopefully fire-free and manageable. These, if the state can pay for these, we should send them a bunch of roses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Our next speaker would be Elizabeth Ryder on the list, but I don't see her in the meeting, so we'll see if we can circle back, and we'll hear from Joe Drummond next, followed by Ryan.
Hi, Joe, are you available?
Hi, yes. Thank
We
you.
hear ya.
Okay, good. I just, to respond to Scott Tillell, I thought that there was going to be some sort of temporary use permit series for summer concerts and film societies. I don't know why that hasn't gone through. So anyway, I'm talking also about the communications tower at the Civic Center. It is exceeding its height restriction by 16 feet. It was supposed to be a max overall height of 75 feet, which already was 5 feet taller than the last tower, but it is now 91 feet overall. Colors could also be limited somewhere under the 75-foot height. It was within the city's jurisdiction to approve or deny this tower, but somehow it got past both the Planning Commission and City Council. Physical and visual impacts of large telecommunications projects need an added layer of inspection from another commission, and this was the intent of merging the Telecommunications Commission within the Public Works Commission. It obviously went over the Planning Commission and then the City Council's heads because the tower telecommunications portion was not really noted well at all in the staff report. Given the tower is in violation of its CDP, it needs to be revoked and corrected, basically taken down and starting over. It has been in limbo for months now, and something needs to be done. The Public Works Commission needs to put on its work plan duties to review major telecommunication projects citywide that are macro site, CUP or CDP, and not a small cell eligible for quick shot clock project. This was a voted on and passed motion at the May 25th, 2022 Public Works Commission meeting that the City Council should have been able to vote to approve this on the work plan. However, a staff member removed it and or recommended for removal before it was given to you for the council to approve. If it was put on our work plan, it would hopefully prevent this tower monstrosity that happened at the Civic Center and any future similar large projects to happen again. And when its permit is hopefully soon revoked because of a height violation, it would later come back to us on the Public Works Commission to make appropriate recommendations. I hope these large telecommunications projects will come under at least the Public Works Commission for review, as was the intent of merging the Telecommunications Commission with it many years ago, so that this is prevented from happening again, and that this project is finally properly reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Our next speaker is Ryan, and then we'll see who we can circle back to.
Mr. Embry, are you available?
Yes, I am. I wanted to also say that please continue the adjacent city vacant land be used as a parking for the farmers market until the college is done. That's food for the Malibu community. It's not some feel-good event or for-profit entity. It is a nonprofit. So the city's vacant lot at 23575 Civic Center Way, please urgently approve that or direct the city manager to extend that as a continuation. The second is next door to that, of course, is at 23555 Civic Center Way, is this unpermitted tower structure which exceeds the height that they applied for. Now, when they applied for the FAA, they revealed the true height as 91 feet. When they applied, under the city's review, they said it was a lower height. And so it's disingenuous. The extra height is not some antenna sticking off the top. It's part of the whole structure of the pole. That's why they got caught with the FAA. This was a disingenuous baloney submission to the city. They bamboozled you, they lied. This is no different than what occurred in a way at the Sunset Jazz series, where the planning director said, don't lie to me, your permit's revoked. Come back with a project that, says what you're going to do, and we'll evaluate it accordingly, and you may or may not get your permit, or it may go to planning commission and so forth. That is exactly what's occurred here. Now, in the interim, the city needs to put a notice of violation on the property and record it. Send notice to the county and tell them to take it down. They can unbolt those segments and lay them on the ground until this is resolved. It may take some time to get resolved. And lastly, the city prosecutor, the independent law firm in West Los Angeles, needs to work on this project to try to get a compliant resolution. But this patchwork paint color of red and white is not going to be part of a solution. The only possible scenario would be that they substitute with a lower pole, maybe one that does not go as high as the building and therefore is not the highest thing in the area and doesn't need a checkerboard paint job because it's somewhere in the proximity of an existing helipad. So thank you very much. And lastly, I would like to say you should again work to establish environmental commission. I will do so if elected to city council in its past time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
I believe Sherman is on the same Zoom account as Deborah Bianco, so we'll unmute that account next and then see if we're able to circle back to Claire Brown and Elizabeth Ryder as well.
Sherman, are you available?
Now I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello and greetings to everybody. I will be speaking regarding the farmers market, because once we realized that the county didn't keep its promise to the city regarding the farmers market as promised, we now find another small business, a local business, being threatened of closure. And let me tell you, as a small former business owner myself, the threats are real. If Deborah and the farmers market have nowhere to go, she will close. She has employees, she has vendors, she brings together a community every Sunday, rain, shine, and through the fires, she still served us. She is a community event every weekend. But it's more than that. It's connecting with each other. Heck, while you guys are all campaigning to make Malibu a better place, we use the farmers market to speak with voters. We are all using the farmers market. I myself have placed over the years 147 dogs, 6 that were pregnant, 62 cats, 28 guinea pigs, numerous feeder rats, and a couple of old ponies. We lost Malibu towing, and that was a shame. We need to work together to get a safe place for the farmers market. And let me tell you something from me personally. It's not worth giving anyone a heart attack in 2 strokes by closing a local business that we should be protecting. And believe me, I am talking from experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherman.
And Mayor, we do have Elizabeth Ryder in the meeting now, so we'll hear from her next.
Hi, Elizabeth. Are you available?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Elizabeth Ryder, and I'm here reading a letter on behalf of the Malibu Farmers Market. This letter was sent to the mayor and the city council yesterday along with the video, and I've been asked to read it just in case anybody missed it in their email. I'll be quick. Recently, Santa Monica College changed the configuration of the Malibu Farmers Market layout in the county-owned parking lot in front of SMC's construction project on Civic Center Way, specifically relating to the market's entrance and exit, the agreed upon size allocated to the farmers market. The farmers market CUP and building and safety codes state that we need proper ingress and egress for emergency, fire, etc. We certainly need the space to continue having a weekly farmers market, which is viable and allows safe access for our vendors, fire trucks, sheriff, etc. We've attempted to resolve this issue with both the city, the county, and Santa Monica School District without any substantial reply or resolution. The County of Los Angeles at Santa Monica College never even took the Malibu Farmers Market into consideration when it moved the labor exchange into the middle of what is left of the market space. This was done without taking into account any changes that could be incorporated into the market CUP. During the labor exchange being placed in the middle of our weekly site, the market is not only losing an entrance, not to mention half of what is left in our usual Sunday space, but an additional 40 feet is being taken away from both sides of the parking lot, which is equivalent to 80 feet. As you know, in the provided transcript of the CUP hearing, we were told at the hearing by the county, Santa Monica City College, for this project, is required to accommodate them, meaning the Malibu's Farmer Market, during construction and after, and this is what we're doing. The current situation in parking lot layout is untenable for our vendors, unsafe for the general public, not to mention it's a major code violation. So we are respectfully requesting that the City of Malibu step in and help resolve this matter with S&T immediately so we can safely hold the Malibu Farmers Market on Sunday. The County of Los Angeles has breached their agreement and commitment to the City of Malibu. They are in violation of what was stated at the Malibu City Planning Commission, which was held on February 29, 2016. And that's the end of me, and somebody will be reading the transcript from here on out. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I believe we've already heard the transcript.
Mayor, the last person to circle back to, if you can hear me, you may have frozen. We had Claire Brown, but I still don't see her in the meeting. So that concludes public comment for items not on the agenda.
I'm here.
Sorry, Mayor, you froze for a moment. We can't locate Claire Brown in the meeting, so that concludes public comment.
Okay, I think that takes us to item 2B. Do we have any commission or committee updates?
No, you don't have any commission or committee updates this evening.
Okay. City
It
manager.
looks like Claire Brown just entered the meeting.
Okay. Is Claire Brown in the meeting now?
I do see her in the meeting now. We'll ask her to unmute right now.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce.
Yes, I apologize. I had a very hard time figuring out. I was listening on Zoom and
You're here now.
okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Claire Brown. I'm a 24-year employee of the Los Angeles County Probation Department. I'm speaking tonight to express the concern of the frontline probation officers about the safety of this community in regards to the LA County Board of Supervisors' decision to move youth convicted of serious crimes to Campus Kilpatrick. Some years back, the County Board of Supervisors authorized $53 million in taxpayer funding to remodel Campus Kilpatrick into a state-of-the-art campus environment with a college setting for the county's new LA model, a therapeutic first approach to rehabilitating low-level justice-involved youth. The facility was remodeled for youth to live in a dormitory-like setting with other similarly situated youth closer to their families, communities, churches, schools, vocational training, and community-based groups. But now the supervisors want to use Campus Kilpatrick to house an entirely different type of youth. Those convicted of what are known as 707B offenses. These are serious violent crimes that were previously housed in highly secure state facilities. And they want to do so without the facility having any modifications needed to house this population, which poses a serious threat to the youth, to those of us who will work there, and to your community. I hope the Malibu City Council will urge the Board of Supervisors to immediately stop the relocation of these youth to Campus Kilpatrick, to allow for increased security measures needed and necessary for this population and for our community to be safe in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Claire.
And Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Okay, City Manager McCleary, are you ready to give us a city manager update?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Bear with me. I have a somewhat long report. I'll try to be as concise as possible. But welcome back after a long 5-week break. which unfortunately we were of course scheduled 2 weeks ago, and we canceled due to a power outage in the city. Just to jump ahead, we will be bringing an item to council probably at the second meeting in October regarding a discussion on how we want to handle those types of situations going forward. I'm going to lead off with what seems like very old news, but I didn't get a chance to share this before. But for those who didn't catch it, believe it or not, it was back in July as part of the Trancas Bridge replacement project. The contractor did find 3 pieces of buried historic railroad materials. We're happy to report that the contractor did stop work, notified Caltrans, cleared the dirt to expose the material, took photos for documentation, and the material was removed and stored in a proper location until further direction could be given from Caltrans. Caltrans did notify their archaeologist, and they performed a review of materials. They believe that they were remnants of the old Hueneme, Malibu, and Port Los Angeles Railroad, which was associated with the Rindge family. And we heard that both the Adamson House and Pepperdine have expressed a desire to house and display the materials. And that's being handled right now through Caltrans archaeologists. Also wanted to report that we've seen largely good news on the COVID front. As you probably are aware, we've been seeing an ongoing decline in the number of cases in LA County and across the state and the nation as well. Right now, the most recent report, as of September 23rd, the county had reported 1,641 new cases, but they've been averaging under 1,400 new cases per day. Hospital has declined to an average of 96 admissions per day, so it's been a while since that's been under 100. And right now we are at the low community transmission level. So that's what we've been hoping to see here for a number of months. And with that, there are some changes on the requirements for masking, particularly on transit, which is being shifted from required to strongly recommended. Again, we're still strongly recommending persons wear masks inside City Hall, but that remains an option. So we'll continue to watch that. And then, of course, they are warning that with the last couple of years, with all the social distancing and whatnot, that the rate of flu had been very low the last couple of years. So they're expecting that could rebound this winter and fall. So keep an eye on that. Wanted to report that I did attend the League of California Cities annual conference in Long Beach. That was held a couple of weeks ago, and was a very good conference. And I'm happy to share some further details out with the council on that. Also was happy to join Captain C2 and Lieutenant Carr at the Coffee with a Cop event, which was held at the Farmers Market on September 18th. So thank you for letting me be part of that. It was good to be out there. Wanted to report we're coming to the end of the season for the temporary day use impound facility. To date, we've had 293 vehicles that were towed to the lot, 30 that were left unclaimed. Again, no vehicles were left overnight, and staff will be preparing a full report to council and bring that forward at a future date. Also wanted to just throw out there a request to the community. I've had a chance to meet with a couple of the HOAs in Malibu, and I'll be meeting with some coming up here. But I'd be happy to attend any events or meet with any members of the community in my quest to learn a little bit more about Malibu and hear a little bit more about the needs of the town. Also happy to report, for those who didn't catch it, the homeless count numbers continue to be tracking in a good direction. The most recent count for this year had 81 persons experiencing homelessness in Malibu. That's a decline from 239 persons that were counted in 2020 and 157 counted in 2021. Regarding Malibu Dark Skies, we are quickly coming up on the deadline. It'll be just a couple of weeks away, October 15th. That is the deadline for residents and commercial businesses to come under compliance. The city is working to get its facilities under compliance by that date. We continue to do outreach with the community. And this week on September 29th at 11 a.m., there will be on Zoom an outreach for residential persons, and then for commercial and multifamily housing, that will also be the same day, September 29th at 4 p.m. The details can be found on the city's website, and those will also be recorded and can be watched on the YouTube channel as well. Also, did want to thank the speakers that spoke this evening about Camp Kilpatrick. The city is continuing to keep a close eye on what is happening with that. And as you are probably aware, we did submit a letter to the county opposing their plans to place any youth at the facility due to their failure to complete with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and to really take necessary analyses of the safety and evacuation routes of the site. We are concerned with even a temporary facility of persons to that facility. We are very concerned about what happened during the Woolsey fire. And so we are continuing to work with the county and express our concerns with Camp Kilpatrick. Farmers Market, thank you for the speakers tonight on that. The city staff is trying to facilitate the best that we can to find a solution here. I've been in touch with Ms. Bianco, and we're working to set up a meeting with the county and the college to try to see if we can, again, somehow facilitate some type of a solution here so that we can keep the farmers market going. I wish I could say that I could, with the stroke of a pen, allow it to move into the vacant lot known as the Ioki property. But because of TUP rules and zoning requirements, I think even to be able to get something through would probably not be in time to address that during the construction. However, we're going to continue to work with the farmers market and work with the county and the college to see what we can do to try to improve the situation. And then lastly, I think for me, before I turn it over to Lieutenant Carr, I would like to call on Richard Malika to give a report on a recent meeting that we had with the Coastal Commission. That meeting also involved Mayor Grisanti and Councilmember Steve Irving. Richard?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. On September 15th, as the city manager explained, city staff, along with the mayor and also Councilmember Euring, met with the executive director of the Coastal Commission as well as the South Central Coast District Manager regarding option for fire rebuilds. We explained the fire rebuild process and the meetings that have taken place to date, which have shaped the process. The Coastal Commission staff expressed understanding for the fire victims, and they also explained that their concerns with option 4 were related to resource protection policies in the local coastal program. And throughout the meeting, the common theme was that they suggested that the city for the future pursue a local coastal program amendment to address fire rebuilds as we move forward. The purpose of the amendment would be to identify and allow for additional development. And at the same time, there would be performance requirements to ensure protection of coastal resources, essentially something similar to the exemptions we have now in our local coastal program, or also the de minimis waiver program that we have as well. The Coastal Commission also offered to work with city staff. They explained that it would be helpful if once the city has an idea of what direction it would like to pursue, they would be glad to have their staff work with us so that we can get this local coastal program amendment processed in a timely fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard, for that report. And then lastly, Mr. Mayor, if I could call on Lieutenant Dustin Carr for a report from the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station.
Please do.
Lieutenant Carr, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Let me, I just got unmuted, so
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the video, so I'll just continue audio right now. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. There's a few things to go over, and I'll start with some noteworthy incidents from August. I wanted to start with the evening of August 26th. There were explosions reported in the city of Malibu. Those ended up being fireworks explosions. The incident was investigated. Obviously, there was a black vehicle involved. The vehicle was identified, and the owner of the vehicle was contacted. It appears it was the child of the owner of the vehicle and some of his younger youth friends. The incident has been addressed, and it's been assured that it won't happen again. A criminal report was taken, and it is currently with our detectives at this time. Let's see. I'll go over some quality of life issues. The city manager had mentioned regarding the homeless count. I wanted to share a few successes that we've had recently with the homeless. To start, we had made some contact with one homeless lady. She was pregnant. She ended up being a resident of Colorado. We were able to get in touch with her family and obtain resources for her to get a plane ticket over to Colorado. So she'll be able, she has took use of those resources and has gone back home. Another homeless gentleman, he was is currently looking for an apartment at this point, and a third one has been approved for a housing voucher and should be no longer experiencing homelessness shortly. Regarding crime for August, there was a decrease in residential burgs in August, a notable decrease, and vehicle burglaries have also decreased. I do advise everybody to lock your doors at night. And also, please don't leave any valuables in your vehicle that are visible. Those will help deter such burglaries. Regarding August traffic collisions, there were 0 fatalities in the month of August. There were 38 total collisions, including 4 vehicle versus pedestrian collisions. There was 1 hit and run, vehicle versus pedestrian on Westwood Beach Road. Currently, investigators are looking into that. However, there's very little evidence on scene. The primary collision factor continues to be unsafe speed. There's also a secondary collision factor is unsafe turning. So I advise everybody, try not to make that yellow light when you're making a left turn, and also be mindful when you are turning that there are no oncoming vehicles. On Labor Day, the beach team wrapped up, and their final stats are as follows. Parking citations were 4,822. Alcohol on the beach citations were 1,290. Animals on the beach was 42. Use of tobacco products was 7. Use of narcotics was 2. They made 18 arrests and wrote 378 hazardous citations. A couple of noteworthy incidents that happened this month that I did also want to go over. I was brought to our attention that there were several incidents at Legacy Park, particularly vandalisms to the animal hospital, as well as people in the area harassing the staff at the animal hospital. Captain C2 and I did walk through the park ourselves, and we didn't make any negative contacts as we did so. However, we've done a significant increase in patrol checks there, and we'll continue to do so until this problem resolves. I would ask that the public and those at the animal hospital continue to report these incidents to us, as it is pivotal in us being able to catch any perpetrators. I also wanted to mention recently, there was a couple of residences, sometimes they were vacation homes on Pacific Coast Highway that were subject to criminal trespass. They were reported to us quickly, and we were able to, in both cases, catch the trespassers. I did want to say that it was really the public. They called us quickly, and we were able to get there quickly, and we were able to make those arrests. In one case, it happened to be a person experiencing homelessness. They probably had been living at the location for a little while. They were arrested. They also had a no bail warrant out of San Bernardino County. That was full extradition. The other one appeared to be members of our youth, and they appeared to have had a party in the house, as there were alcohol bottles and some food that was recently purchased from a local grocery store. Insofar as everything else is concerned, quality of life, things like that, our mobile ticket or the electronic ticket writers are online, and we have been making use for them. We have been citing violators along the Pacific Coast Highway, and we will continue to do so, and hopefully with a positive result. I did want to thank everybody that came and introduced themselves to me at Coffee with a Cop on the 18th. It was a very enjoyable time. We had therapeutic courses there, which were a great draw for the community, and I enjoyed meeting everybody. With that, if there's any questions, please let me know.
I see Bruce's hand. Bruce?
Yeah, thank you for that report. I just have one question. All the citations that are being written, do you have any breakdown as to how many, what percentage are Malibu residents and what percentage are transient visitors?
You're regarding the citations on Pacific Coast Highway?
Yes.
Okay, I do not at this time. The electronic ticket writers, we had some software issues and things like that, so they just came up online last week. So I will look into that for you, though.
Okay, that would be if it's easy enough to do, that would be something great to know going forward when you're able to do it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay. I believe that brings us to City Council's subcommittee reports and mayor and council member meeting reports attendance. So do we have any subcommittee reports? Okay. Who would like to go first on their? Oh, I see Karen's hand and then Steve's. Karen? You're muted, please.
Sorry about that. We had a library subcommittee meeting in the last couple weeks, and the Campus Kilpatrick ad hoc committee meeting, Bruce Silverstein and myself has been meeting in conjunction with the city manager and our council on that. And I do want to thank the two public speakers. As far as I'm concerned, you're preaching to the choir. I'm 100% on board with you, and that's why I brought this entire issue to light with both the city and the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Government, which I'm currently the president of. And yeah, I'm right with you on every single issue. So I want to thank you for taking the time to attend our meeting tonight and speak on that. As far as other public speakers, the farmers market, it seems to me there's got to be some ways to work with Deborah Bianco and everybody else involved in the farmers market. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like putting a man on the moon to move those two storage containers of the farmers market and the labor exchange. Maybe there's something I don't know about it. But I think, you know, if the county didn't do what they said they were going to do, then we got to find a way to get together with the county and with the college and get something. There's got to be some kind of a win-win that's better than what's going on right now, and have one point of ingress and egress. I totally agree. It doesn't sound safe, and it certainly doesn't sound easy for attendees and for the vendors. So that's what I think about that. Pat Healy, thank you. Regarding the edge, the 3 properties, that's a lot of land. I think that's definitely worth exploring. Not sure how that's going to work, but I'd like to look into it. Keon, yeah, that's painful. We're hearing the news about these mountain lion deaths, whether they were hit by a vehicle, lost 4 kittens, it's painful to hear about and to think about. And I'm sure you're right. I'm sure they were compromised, or that the mother mountain lion was compromised by rodenticide. I don't know the status of the LCPA. I'm saying publicly, I'd like to know. As Scott Talal, again, preaching to the choir. I'm with you on that. I'm not sure what's stopping this whole permit process from some level of improvement. Obviously, 6 events a year is not going to work for the Film Society. And that's something that, in my opinion, needs complete retooling. I know Mikey's been working on that for some time and is very interested in it. The tow yard seems like it's been sort of controversial, but 293 vehicles towed, none staying there overnight, even the 30 that were unclaimed. Sounds like it was worth it to me. And seeing as that was a 1-season project, the season's over. It's going to be up to the upcoming council to figure out a hopefully permanent solution or a new temporary solution for next summer. Lieutenant Carr, thanks for your report. Thank you for all the work of the Lost Hills Sheriff's Department. The Legacy Park issues are concerning. I was notified about that about a week ago, and the minute I heard about it, I sent it off to Captain C2. And she and I had communication about that, and I thank you, Lieutenant Carr, and everybody at the station for looking at that. And I'm sorry I missed Coffee with a Cop. I like those events very much, and I look forward to the next one. So that's it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Steve?
Okay, thank you, Paul. It's going to be a long meeting, so I'm going to try and get through this pretty quickly. I went to the candidates forum they had that the Democratic Club had, and it's just a suggestion, you know, we have like 50 questions that it takes about a minute and a half to ask, and the applicants have 30 seconds to answer those things. So, you know, the next couple of forums may want to consider taking like 4 or 5 big items and sort of drilling down on those and sort of getting underneath what the candidates really think about some of these things. It's just a suggestion, make it a little more meaningful to the people sitting in the audience. Cooling centers. I mean, I know that we had a cooling center at the library and I guess at Bluffs Park, but I don't know how many people know about that. And just the thought was this heat stuff is not going to go away. So maybe more publicity of that for people who may need it may be a good idea. Traffic on Labor Day. I sat on my deck on Labor Day and watched PCH get backed up. I understand Westwood Beach was backed up. Civic Center Way from Malibu Canyon to the Civic Center to the Chili Cook-Off was backed up. And the thought was, man, if there was a disaster going on, we were in deep trouble. So I talked to Chris Frost about that. I don't think any of us have a good answer, but it's just something we got to think about because I mean, if something had happened, it would have been a real disaster at that thing. Farmers market. I attended the farmers market in Legacy Park. We had sheriffs, we had ponies, we had dogs. It was an excellent event. And I agree. I think there's something we can do. And, you know, one of the thoughts was the labor exchange trailer that sits on the library parking lot there does not have a permit to do that. I mean, so I don't know why the city can't move that someplace and make additional space available to the farmers market. It seems to be the reasonable thing to do. And we'll take a look, depending upon how successful they are with the meeting with the county. I may try and bring back some items to talk about that at the next city council meeting. Poison-free Malibu, I agree. I don't understand. Look, we've got an item coming before us tonight on an appeal. It's had 3 meetings with the planning commission and a 4th meeting here. And this is for just a little house. And this poison-free stuff sort of impacts the whole community. Somehow we got to become better at managing this stuff and make sure we get the items that are important to everybody in front of the planning commission versus, you know, just beating our brains out with these little items. So I'm going to, you know, whatever we can do, somebody's got to figure out how to manage this stuff and get these important items done. Otherwise, you know, this is the year. It's nuts. Take that long. Pat Healy's suggestion of a letter to the state for the purchase of the property, I think that's a good idea. If the state's got the money to do that, let's encourage them to spend that money and get that property done. And this last issue is not one that I look forward to talking about, but on Sunday, I got an email that said that Craig Foster had spoken to the radio station, maybe the newspapers, suggesting that all the city council people had agreed to work with him to oppose the bond measure for the Santa Monica College because they weren't giving the city council, they weren't giving the local school the money they asked for. The minute I saw that, I called Craig and said, I never had that conversation with him. I have not agreed to do anything. I'm not saying I agree with Santa Monica College bond. I just don't know enough about it or enough about what he's trying to do to say that I'm going to jump on board with this plan to try and oppose this bond measure. So I asked Craig to try and, look, it's campaign season, so there's a lot of misinformation going on out there. So I asked Craig to just clear it up, send a little message out to whoever he told in the beginning, and have somebody acknowledge the fact that I was not on the plan he was talking about, and he refused to do that. And I'm not sure why. I mean, it seems to me that getting accurate information to the voters is something that we should all be trying to do, and why he was opposed to doing that is something you've got to ask him. So from my perspective, if somebody wants to know what I've endorsed, give me a call. If I'm endorsing things, I endorsed all the 4 members running for the school board, and I sent them all an email acknowledging that endorsement. So if they don't have something in writing from me, don't believe I've endorsed it. So Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Steve. Mikey?
Thank you, Paul. I want to thank all the speakers. I think it's pretty much been covered by Karen and Steve. I was completely unaware there was issues at Cornucopia, and certainly have spent a lot of time on that in the past. I hope, sounds like staff is working on that now. Pat, I'm very aware of Pat's letter. Have discussed it with her a few weeks ago. I completely agree. The only thing that concerns me is how that property is managed if it goes over to the state, and the impact to that neighborhood and access to that area, what that would look like. But other than that, I think it's great. Keon, the LCP amendment, I certainly hope that is coming. Greatly hope that is coming quickly. Not sure what else to add to that right now. Sanjay, I heard you on water issues. I think lack of water is our next big disaster that we are going to continue to face in California. I have no idea on your plan or anything else you said, to be honest, but at the same time, I agree with you that water management and our water situation is a disaster. Scott Talal, yep. We're still at the same place, still working on it. It looks like we have a meeting coming up here in just a few days on this issue with the Zerasis, and then it'll go to city council. It has taken a while, but we're moving forward as best we can there. The 2 speakers on Camp Kilpatrick, thank you very much for your input. Appreciate you taking the time. Sorry, I'm writing on basically a piece of paper the size of a postage stamp here. I think those are my comments for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikey. Bruce?
Thanks, Paul. All right, this is going to be a long meeting, as Steve said, and I'll try to keep my comments very brief. First of all, I concur with just about everything everyone has said up till now. So I want to thank the speakers as well. What have I been doing over the past 4 weeks? As Karen mentioned, we're a subcommittee on the Campus Kirkpatrick matter, and we've been working with a lawyer that the city has hired, and we've been meeting every now and then to talk about going forward. The city is adamantly opposed to the project, and we're trying to raise as many legitimate roadblocks as are available under the law. So we're going to continue to do that. So, what the speakers requested, we're doing exactly that. Paul and I also have been meeting from time to time with staff and with representatives of the school district with respect to the school safety matters that have been the subject of discussion at City Council over the past couple months. At some point, I think we're going to get a formal report on where that stands. So I'm not sure how much I should say about where we are substantively until that report comes out. Paul and I, as well as Steve McClary, met with representatives of California State Parks a couple weeks ago to discuss the pier and the Adamson House and other issues generally significant to Malibu. It was good. It was just a get together, informal question and answers, and have a relationship type meeting. Often field questions, obviously, and comments from members of the public. I am working on trying to put together some thoughts on what we might do with a STR ordinance that can pass muster with coastal and or which the courts will sustain. And I think, that's going to be an important thing for the new city council to be working on, hopefully right away, boots on the ground as soon as the elections are over. There's a meeting, a private meeting that's been, a public meeting that's been put together privately by a local developer representative to deal with lack of efficiency in the planning department, or perceived lack of efficiency. I plan to attend that meeting. It's not a Malibu meeting. I understand that the city manager and some members of the staff have been invited to attend. And I believe they've declined. It's not a city meeting. It's a private meeting by a developer representative. Obviously, it deals with issues that affect the city wide and all residents, but it's, again, not a city matter, the meeting. I will say that my suggestion is if the commercial developer representatives and also the high-end home representatives who continue to propose ridiculous projects would just stop proposing what they know to be ridiculous projects that aren't going to get approved, and wasting the time of the planning department and wasting the time of the planning commission and wasting the time of the city council. You might find that we're a lot more efficient than we're able to be, because, again, a lot of time is being wasted by projects that everyone knows can't be approved from the day they're submitted. So, that's something to think about as well. I don't know how much we're allowed to talk about things that are going to be coming up in the election. And I don't mean election of city council members, but Steve mentioned this bond issue. And, that does affect everyone in Malibu in the sense that we're going to be asked to vote to approve taxing ourselves, essentially, for the benefit of Santa Monica City College. And the vast majority of the benefit of that, if not all of the benefit of that, is going to be felt outside of Malibu. So I am going to be publicly speaking out against that bond measure. And it's not because of what Steve said in terms of because they won't allocate sufficient funds to the school here, to the public schools or to the local Santa Monica Community College branch. It's just because Malibu doesn't need this money. Malibu doesn't need to be taxed the money to support outside of Malibu projects. And I think it's crazy that we have to bear 20% of the cost, 25% of the cost for something that we're not getting the benefit of. If we ever need money, we can do our own bond measure, and we can get money that would be used here at home. So I'm going to be opposing that publicly as best I can. And again, I'm not going to address specifically each of the speakers, but I did agree with the other comments of all the other council members so far. And take it away, Paul.
Okay. I'm going to start by tagging on to what Bruce said about the election, and he did have my permission to use my name, and I do believe that taxing ourselves $150 million in the hopes of getting $20 million for Malibu doesn't seem like a very good deal to me, and for that reason, I'm against it. In addition to the meetings you've already heard about, I spent the 7th, 8th, and 9th of this month at the League of Cities in Long Beach. Recording stopped. Okay. And I had the pleasure of meeting several people, including Rob Bonta, who's the Attorney General for the state of California. And I will be in contact with him again on this Friday. I also attended the forum that was held at the library, and I look forward to attending some others as we are in the lead up to the election. And I think it's a great way for people to educate themselves about what people are offering and able to do. And I'm skipping down the page here through the things you've already heard about. And on September the 20th, I had the pleasure of introducing Mrs. Nagy Cox, who has worked on the Mars rover projects, all of the Mars rover projects, and gave us a really incredible overview of them to people who showed up for the library speaker series. Really is a fascinating series, and I would urge people to take advantage of that every time there is a chance to see who they have selected to appear. It was a great crowd. It was really wonderful. On September 22nd, I attended the first 4 hours of the Conservancy meeting as they took on all sorts of projects and are spending the largesse that is coming to them from the state. And unfortunately, I was unable to stay with them until the end of the thing, and I didn't hear anything that directly affects Malibu. And I also attended on the 23rd, the investiture of President Richard Yao as the president of Channel Islands University, who is someone that was promoted from within and very popular, and they love him. And I will urge everyone to join me on October 1st at City Hall at noon, where they will have the opening of the latest art show, which is put on by the Arts Council. And I've seen a little bit of the work that it's a single artist show, very talented illustrator. We ought to see it. And I'm sure everybody will love it. And with that, I would like to see if anybody has selected any items. Oh, Richard Malika. I see Richard Malika's hand.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to jump in real quick and let the council know that the pesticides item that was discussed here this evening under public comment, we are finishing up our staff report. We expect it'll be published this week so that what was discussed at Zoe Races will be available for the council at their next meeting to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So does anybody want to pull anything from the consent calendar?
Mayor, you have 2 items that are being pulled by the public, 3B7 and 3B8.
3B7 and 3B8?
Yes.
Okay. Any members of the council want to pull anything? Do I have a motion to approve everything except items 3B7 and 3B8?
I so move.
I have a second.
I'll second.
I've got 2 seconds. Okay. Will you be kind enough to take the roll, Kelsey?
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, that brings us to item 3B7, and you have a member of the public who's pulled it, so I would imagine that we should now recognize that member of the public.
Yes, we have 1 speaker on this item, Pat Healy, and we'll hear from her now.
Thank you. Pat, are you available?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Paul. I'm pleased that the city received this grant, but there are several limitations on the use of the grant funds that should be imposed. Unless a tree is highly infested with the shot-hole borer beetle, dying trees should not be removed. Other trees that appear to be dying are often in the process of recovering, especially after being harmed in the Woolsey fire. Please tell staff the grant funds are only to be spent for removal of dead trees, dead branches, and dying, heavily infested invasive shot-hole borer beetles or tree branches after a certified arborist declares a branch dead, or a tree is heavily infested or its branches with the shot borer beetle. If the tree With the beetles are not removed and disposed of properly, thousands of beetles can escape from the infested tree to find healthy trees to infect, and eventually kill. Newbury Park Tree Service knows how to properly identify and remove infested trees that are dead and dying. In abundance of caution, please add the following language to the agreement with Newbury Park. They warrant that they're familiar with and can identify trees infected with the shot-hole borer beetle and will remove and dispose of dead and invasive shot-hole borer beetles, heavily infested trees, limbs, and associated debris in a safe manner and dispose of these trees only at an approved certified dump site. Thank you very much, and I hope you approve this.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, I see your hand, Mikey. I see your hand, Steve. I see your hand, Bruce. Mikey, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Little weird navigating on the screen I'm on here on this, so sorry if that causes any issues. Thank you for speaking, Pat, on this. My question is, how are the funds going to be allocated? Is there a priority for people on allocating these funds? And I'm glad we got this grant again. I'm just curious as to how the funds are going to execute. Let me check my notes quickly. And how will residents apply since we're here? Maybe I assume it's on our website. I think that's how it was before. And those are my general questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. Steve?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the shot borer beetle thing that Pat Healy talked about, but it's worth putting the language in there that says these trees infested with that have to be disposed of in a safe manner. If that's important, I think we should consider doing that.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Bruce?
Well, first, it would be good to get an answer to Mikey's question before.
I think that Susan is going to speak in a moment, and perhaps she'll be able to do that for him.
So I should wait, or we're going to get an answer from Susan?
Susan, would you like to go ahead, or Bruce?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer Mikey's question. So with the hazard tree removal, how it's prioritized, I know that there are some trees that were identified in the first round that will be the first priority to finish up the ones that were already identified. But in general, how things were identified is they allowed people to apply if they had a tree that they felt was hazardous on their property. It would be evaluated by the fire safety liaisons, and they would look at it to see if it truly was, because they want to get rid of trees that both create unnecessary fuel or that could fall over and block roadways when people are evacuating, or fall over and hurt somebody. It's not uncommon during fires that trees fall over and hit people. Fortunately, it's usually firemen. So those are kind of the priorities, is looking at the trees that are going to either be a hazard in terms of blocking ingress and egress, to injuring people and creating unnecessary fuel to make the fire larger.
Thank you,
Does that
Susan.
help? Yeah, and there will be, and so there will be an application period. And I think last time too, we did some proactive stuff too. The fire safety liaisons, as you know, they're all former firefighters with tons of experience, and they actually went into the areas that they thought were most vulnerable, and in some instances reached out to property owners who maybe didn't know about the program when they saw hazard trees that they felt strongly needed to be removed. So it kind of worked both ways. People could apply, but they were also applying their knowledge based on fighting fires in Santa Monica Mountains to identify trees that really should be removed for the safety of the community.
Thank you, Susan. Bruce?
Okay, thanks, Susan. So I have a couple questions for Pat Healy, if she can answer them. The first is, Pat, your last comment about the language that you suggested we use about warranting that the tree service is familiar with certain protocols. I had gotten a communication from you, and others may have as well, that said that you were satisfied that this company actually did have the skill and experience to do this work. Has that changed? Is that why you're asking for this language, or is this just words because you're already satisfied that it's in fact true?
Pat, are you available? Can we unmute Pat?
Yes, I am. No, Newberry Tree Service is very qualified, so they should be the ones that remove and dispose of it. It's just that I think it should be reflected in their agreement. And I just want to add the shot borer beetle in dying in heavily infested trees is a hazard because it can kill all the other trees if the beetles escape. And then the tree, of course, is going to die if it's not removed, and dead trees have to be removed. And I'm asking that be a priority in some way with the city because it really, really is a problem. So.
Pat, the other question I have for you is, if I understood correctly, and maybe I didn't, so that's why I want to ask. It sounded to me like you were saying that dead trees should be removed, dying trees that are infested, dead trees, whether they're infested or not, should be removed, dying trees that are infested should be removed, and this is the one I wasn't sure about. Are you saying that if they're simply dying but not infested, it was your belief that they should not be removed because they could still recover? Your belief that they should not be removed because they could still recover?
Okay, I'm able to speak. My feeling is the last go around when you got the grant, you limited it to only dead trees. So I'm requesting the same thing again, with the exception for trees that are dying that are infested with the shot hole borer beetle.
Got it. Okay. And that makes sense. And Susan, is that part of the existing contract, or is that something we would have to ask?
No, it doesn't have to be a dead tree. A dying tree that poses a hazard is also eligible.
Okay, but is dying tree with this beetle infestation considered for purposes of the contract to be a hazard?
Most likely. I mean, they may not always have the beetle. I think we're looking at the trees in terms of fire hazard because that is the purpose of the grant, is to reduce fire hazard. So some of the trees that are a fire hazard may have the shot hole borer, and that's why we have a vendor who knows how to properly dispose of those trees. But the grant is not to eliminate shot hole borer trees. The grant's purpose is to eliminate hazard trees for wildfires.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve this item and add the language that Pat had suggested about warranting that the company has the experience, whatever those words are that she said that could be taken out of the recording.
Does that include limiting the removal of damaged trees to ones that are infested with the beetle, or just the qualification to be able to handle?
No, now that, in fact, I think Pat just clarified that she wasn't asking that dying trees infested be removed. She was actually saying that if they're dying and they're infested, they definitely should be removed, not that other dying trees shouldn't.
I'll second that.
So got a motion just to approve the recommendation and add the language about warranting that the company is experienced in removing the infested trees in a manner that will not do further harm to the environment.
Okay. All right. So we've got a motion and a second. And we're tacking on the shot hole borer to the qualifications to be for consideration of removal. And I think that's pretty clear. So can we take a vote, Kelsey?
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Cool.
Okay. Okay, that brings us to item number 3B8. And you have a member of the public that pulled this. Can they tell us
Yes.
what their concern is, please?
We have Ryan signed up for this item and we'll hear from him now.
Thank you, Ryan. Are you available?
Yes, this is a sweetheart contract deal with the same contractor. You keep giving extensions. This was a contractor chosen by a prior administrator. And what you don't have before you is the last contract, where the amendment on the first page said the total compensation was up to $361,000. And that may have been over 2 years, but that's a boatload of money for a data entry position. And I'm not sure why this has to be an outside position for data entry. But just to recap what this is, Lori Feinberg has a company called Iris Consulting, and she has developed some specialty software for simply tracking permit processing from the city and through departments. This type of software exists. It's municipal specialty software. You can buy it or lease it other places. But we've kind of gotten stuck into a contract here where it's so tight with this one contractor that you're probably going to start talking after I stop talking about, oh, geez, we want to make a change. Let's just keep paying the same old people $120 or $130 an hour to do data entry into a program that we can't just get a bid for somebody else to do the data entry because it's all too specialized. I don't know how our small city got stuck into a software contract that has to, only go with one company and one entity, and we're so stuck we can't transition to a more competitive deal. But apparently no company wants to bid against this process, or you keep extending it. So number one, I'd like you to stop putting no bid contract extensions on the consent calendar ever as a policy, that if it's not going to go out for competitive bid. So this is $120 an hour for data entry. And I would suggest you
Ryan, that was 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I kept looking at a timer that wasn't showing me an accurate time. Can I have?
I am sorry about that.
I would like you to continue the item and not grant a percentage increase. Maybe just continue the item and let the contractor continue at the existing no bid rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I saw Karen's hand.
Oh, thanks. I just, I too noticed that the timer started at 10 minutes. So thank you, Kelsey, for clarifying.
Okay. I'd like to discuss this for a moment.
Well,
while I was at the, pardon me?
If you can hear us, we didn't hear anything you had to say after I'd like to.
Perfect.
You froze up again.
Oh, well, I guess I'm very emotionally unstable, or my internet is.
You're back now.
Okay. At the League of Cities, there is an expo, and at this one, at the previous one I went around and talked to various people who want to sell software to cities, including the city of Malibu, or basically none of them have a totally off-the-shelf solution. And there are people out there who would like us to hire their company to come in and design something for us and work on something for us. And I know that this is something that Joe Tony might have some feedback on, but I think that what we're looking at here is probably a stopgap while we search for that. Mr. Tony, are you available to speak for a moment about this?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, you're hitting the nail on the head with that. We're kind of in a place where we're trying to transition. There are so many things that we want to do from a technology standpoint that we can't just overhaul the system overnight. So we're somewhat stuck with this for the time being, but we do have a bid out right now for land management software, so that RFP is up online. With that, we need to change a lot of our network and server structure and database and how we're storing files. So it's all part of sort of a long-term plan that we have internally, at least from an IT perspective, of where we need to go and advance the city. But for the time being, we are somewhat beholden to this since that's our structure, our current structure.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody want to make a comment or a motion? Steve, Mr. Euring?
I will just, my experience has been this company, whatever they are familiar with the inner workings of what appears to be a mishmash of different software products. Bringing somebody new in to have them try and manage that stuff that's a disaster, right? Giving somebody time to learn how to do all that, God knows what we'll get. So I would make a motion, we approve this contract. And I would also, looking over the horizon, as opposed to bringing someone in who's going to customize all of our software for us, you'd sure like to find something off the shelf that we can begin with. So we're not, I think it just gets us there quicker and makes it easier for us to maintain that over the long run. But I want to make a motion to approve this and move this forward.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second? Bruce,
I'll
I see your
second.
hand.
Karen seconded it. I just have a comment.
Okay.
Which is, I hear what Ryan is saying, and the big picture issue, I agree with him. Not that we should not ever have these extensions of contracts without doing further bidding, but I think we need a policy as to how we're going to decide when we're going to ask for further bidding and when we're not, because there are many instances, it seems to me, in the consent calendar, meeting after meeting, where we're being asked to extend or renew a contract, which started as a RFP, but which then becomes a perpetual renewal without doing a further RFP again. I mean, there's a reason why the original contract is a 2-year contract or a 3-year contract rather than being a forever contract. That's because that's the period of time we've set for the RFP request in the first instance. So I'm not saying there's never a good reason to just extend it without having another request for proposals, but more often than not, one would think we should restart the process after the term of the contract has expired. And at a minimum, I think we need to have a discussion of that question and a policy established so that it's just not arbitrary from contract to contract what we're doing.
Okay. Any other comments? We have a motion and a second. Kelsey, would you like to take the roll?
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Okay.
Mayor Grisanti, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your vote.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item number 4A. And I believe we have a report. Richard, would that be you?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. I am going to be available, as well as the project planner, Adam, is on the call. And Alex, if I may have my presentation, please. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. What you have before you this evening is the appeal of a planning commission decision on the construction of a single-family residence. If I may have the next slide, please. This is a vicinity map and aerial photograph. The project site is located at the eastern end of the city, near the limits of the city at Topanga Canyon. And what you're looking at is the construction of a new single-family residence on a beachfront lot. If I may have the next slide, please. This is a oblique photograph showing the current property. It is vacant. As you can see, it exists in an area where there is existing development on both sides. The development differs in its characteristics from up coast and down coast in the sense that you have another vacant lot next door, a relatively small house with the deck, and then you get into larger homes as we move both further up coast and down coast. If I may have the next slide, please. So I'd like to go over just a bit of the project timeline to explain how we got to the point that we are at today. The project was submitted to the Planning Department in 2017, and the first Planning Commission hearing for this item was February 16th of last year, 2021. And upon approval of the agenda at the applicant's request, the Planning Commission continued the item to the March 1st meeting. Once again, the item was continued again at the applicant's request by the Planning Commission to March 15th. On March 15th, the Planning Commission continued the item to April 19th due to story poles. They wanted them to be reinstalled on a specific date so that both the commission, planning staff, and members of the public could view the story poles again. The poles originally were installed prior to the meeting. However, because of the height of the poles, along with the necessary guide wires securing them, they did present a concern with potential safety issues, such as proximity to power lines on the land side, and then also the guide wires extending at a 45-degree angle. They ended up going into the shoreline below. If I may have the next slide, please. The story poles were reinstalled per the commission's request, and the public hearing opened on this item on April 19th, 2021. There was a unanimous vote by the commission to have the applicant return with this item. It was continued to June 21st to allow for a redesign of various aspects of the project based on feedback from the commission. However, the plans were submitted to staff approximately a week before that hearing, which did not give enough time to be reviewed and publicly circulated. So the item was continued to the Planning Commission hearing of July 19th. If I may have my next slide, please. On July 19th, the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing. They did consider the redesign that took place, which brought the home, the proposed structure more landward. They then directed staff to return with an updated resolution to deny the project. They were not satisfied that the findings could be made for the variances that were requested. Staff returned on August 2nd with a revised resolution, and there was a vote to deny the project. In a timely manner, the applicant filed an appeal of the denial of the Planning Commission. During this time, the applicant submitted revised plans to the Planning Department. It was the applicant's preferred alternative. They wanted to remove an additional 9 feet from the property. So they had originally removed 10 feet between Planning Commission hearings. That was still denied, and now they removed roughly 9 more feet. Those plans were not considered in the analysis of the resolution you have before you and the appeal. Staff based all of its information on the project as denied by the Planning Commission. Once again, story poles were installed on the property for this particular hearing. The story poles, just to confirm, were installed to demonstrate the structure as denied by the Planning Commission and not the proposed revision. If I may have the next slide, please. Staff had originally recommended approval of this project for a number of reasons. And the reason why staff believe that the findings could be made is that if you look at the project site, it is a unique site in the sense of the development that is adjacent to it, not necessarily the characteristics or the physical landforms that we're looking at on this particular property. When looking at what you have in front of you here is what's one of the pieces of evidence that staff considered in its decision making for the recommendation. And what you see is applying the code required 12-foot front yard setback, the string line as per code, it's in the local coastal program where you go to the nearest up coast and down coast similar structures on the adjacent structures. And what you see roughly is a site of development that is approximately between 19 and 22 feet wide and about 33.5 feet wide once you include the required view corridors and fire department setback. That's approximately 688 square feet. However, roughly 360 to 400 square feet of this have to be removed to include the enclosed required 2-car parking. And then you further have to reduce the non, because of the size of this here, the non-garage portion of the development by about roughly another 6 feet so that you can get your on-site parking requirement met. You need to have 2 unenclosed spaces. So you can park 1 car parallel to the building, but you can't park 2 because you need each space to be 18 feet. That'd be 36 feet. And you are not able to park a car in a view corridor per the LCP. So you lose roughly about another 60 square feet, leaving you about 220 some square feet on the first floor. And then of course you could double this, put another 688 on the top. And what you end up with is a structure that has the habitable area near the code minimum, is just above the 800 square feet. You're in roughly around 920 some square feet. So that was one of the considerations when staff was looking at the evidence in the record, was that in looking at the neighborhood, you see that there are up coast and down coast, a majority of larger homes. And this is part of the evidence that staff considered and part of the evidence that staff brought to the Planning Commission for their consideration. And I say this just because of in discussions with the project planner, from his discussion with some members of the public, there is a question of why staff before you tonight is recommending upholding the applicant's appeal, and also how we made our findings. So I just wanted to go over that as one piece of evidence. And then if I may have my next slide, please. And then in addition, with staff, as I mentioned, we looked at the neighborhood and properties around it. And as I mentioned, you have a unique situation here. And that unique situation stems from some of how the properties are used. For example, the upcoast property, we'll go a couple properties up, is an interesting situation because the person there essentially has about 2 properties. There's a third that's kind of used, but it is separate in a way. But you're looking at a home that essentially has kind of a compound feature. They have a large house and then some vacant space, and there's a lot going on there. But once again, we want to look at the house. And as you can see, in the purpose of this exhibit is to show basically from the front yard property line to where the proposed string line in the back would be, as originally proposed from the first iteration of the project. You can see that roughly, and I hope I don't misspeak here, Adam, feel free to jump in. Roughly you're looking at about, if you look at the properties that have a home this size, they roughly span from the front property line to the rear yard there. You're looking at roughly about 80 some feet. And now in this particular exhibit, like I said, they're going from the front property line to the back of the home. But the purpose of it was to kind of give an idea of where the development area is. Now, the house, as denied by the Planning Commission, is roughly, I want to say, 69 feet deep, if you look at just the building. And then going towards the ocean side there, the decks are about 6 feet. Some of the additional information or evidence the staff considered in doing this was also that the home to the down coast side, for example, on the front yard setback, that's a typical front yard setback in the neighborhood. Whereas when you look at the property right next door to it, it's a unique situation in that there really isn't development there, and it's just one little structure. So it results in kind of a different front yard setback. So those are just some of the evidence the staff was considering in its recommendation. However, the Planning Commission voiced concerns that overall there is a concern that given the surrounding development immediately surrounding, the Planning Commission felt that they could not make the findings. And with that, if I may have my next slide. So these are just some close-up shots of the area to show the development patterns immediately next to the property. If I may have the next slide, please. And this is some development further up coast. Next slide, please. This is development further down coast, getting to the city boundary. The city boundary would be just to the right of the white building there. Used to be the old surf shop or riding building. Next slide, please. Once again, this is just a higher level aerial photograph. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn over the presentation to Adam to go over the specifics of the appeal and the proposed project. Adam?
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Adam Zarkowitz. I'm a contract planner with the planner department assigned to this project. Next slide, please. So the project that was denied by the Planning Commission proposed a new 3,778 square foot, two-story single-family residence, including a 375 square foot attached two-car garage. This included upper floor and lower floor decks and hardscape, a new seawall, retractable beach stairs, grading and retaining walls, a new on-site wastewater treatment system, and a 10-foot wide view corridor split into 5 feet on each side. Next slide, please. In addition, the applicant made a few discretionary requests. One being for a building to be sited seaward of the building string line. Second, for the first and second floor decks to extend seaward of the deck string line. Third, for a reduced front yard setback for the second floor. And lastly, for an offer to dedicate for lateral public beach access easement. Next slide, please. Here's some site photographs with the left photograph looking towards the Pacific Ocean and the right photograph looking towards PCH from the beach. Next slide, please. And some story pole photographs from July when the poles were installed. Unfortunately, it wasn't great weather that day, but you can see from on the property and then the view from PCH. Next slide. Thank you. Here we have a site plan of the plans that were denied by the Planning Commission. Here showing the structure in relation to the site, as well as the 10-foot setback from the mean high tide line and their proposed string lines. Here we have a foundation plan to give you a sense of the lot itself and the structure in terms of the piles that would be required, as well as the location of the on-site wastewater treatment system towards the front of the lot on the right-hand side. Here's an elevation looking west, showing the retractable beach stairs and the piles supporting the structure. And you can see the first floor setback on the right-hand side, as well as the proposed second floor setback on the right-hand side as well. And here we have an east-facing elevation, just to show you the other side. and just a look at the inside the structure itself, looking west, give you a sense of the interior of the structure. So a summary of the appellant's reasons for the appeal is the facts and the record support the findings for variances 17024 and 18022, which is the structure string line and the deck string line. In addition, they claim to have a lack of fair or impartial hearing. In sum, staff recommends that the City Council adopt resolution number 22-39, approving CDP 17075, variance number 17024, 18022, 20042, and the offer to dedicate number 21002. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
You're muted,
Mayor,
Paul.
you're muted.
Do we have any council member disclosures? Bruce, then I'll do.
I have no disclosures that I believe I have to make here. Haven't spoken to any individuals about this project. The only thing I'll say is I did go on Google Map to try to understand this area better, so I learned some things by doing that aren't explained in the report, but which may be able to be deciphered from the report if one read it with a fine-tooth comb. But didn't talk to anybody, haven't had any conversations. So that's it.
I spoke with the attorney for the developer called me, and I spoke to him about my problems with the design, and he said he would try to get me more information. I also spoke about those problems with Richard Malika, and he gave me some information. Mikey?
Thank you, Paul. I spoke with Fred Gaines briefly. Nothing specific that's not already covered here, just in general about the project. Actually, I thanked him for some of his, what he sent in. It was helped to clarify for me what the area looked like as far as the project with the different colored coded maps he sent. Other disclosure, I don't think it's much of a disclosure, but my dad used to own the property. Was called the Esperanza, that was just to the west of this. It's actually, you can see it in the project area. And I lived at that site for maybe a year or so. So all that means is I know that beach a little bit better than most people. But that was, I think, the 1970s. It was a long time ago. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. Steve?
Yes, I spoke to Lloyd Ahern and did a site visit down at the house and met the people who own the house just to the east of the property, Jason, and I think the woman's name was Marie. We looked at the property. So I got a perspective of where the property was located, got a perspective of the size of the beach down there. And the only thing I did learn is that the pictures you see in the presentation we saw this evening show that the property has got a sandy beach. When I went down there, there was not a sand, and there was a sandy piece of property. When I went down there, it was clear that something had been built on top of the sand. And when I asked Richard if they had any building permits down there, they do not. So I don't know if that was a permitted development. As a matter of fact, when one of the letters Fred Gaines sent in, he identifies the fact that there's development on that property, and I don't think you're supposed to be. That's what I learned.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you for reminding me. I also talked to Lloyd Ahern, and I also talked to Jason Ventris. So thank you. Any disclosures from you, Karen?
Well, if we're disclosing talking to Lloyd and Jason, who I've never met, but I don't think, yeah, I know Lloyd and I talked about it on the phone. I think the only other person I've talked to about it is Trevor. So thank you.
All frozen again?
I think so.
Okay, well, I'll just, while we have a brief glitch, I'll add, I also spoke to Trevor, and I think I exchanged some views with Richard, some questions, but I don't think that's the kind of thing we need to be disclosing, but since other people have said so, I'll include it in mine.
Yeah, you don't need to disclose any conversations with your attorney or staff. I think you disclose if there's information that's not in the staff report or the record, so it's out before the public hearing here.
Yeah, the only thing I was able to learn was what a wider view of the area looked like by looking on Google Map that you would not know from the staff report. You're muted, Paul.
I apologize. I just moved my computer in hopes of getting a better signal. So I apologize for the interruption. So I think now is the time when we have the proposal from the applicant. And how much time do they have and how do they want to allot it?
We have Fred Gaines here, so we'll unmute him and see how much time they'd like to start with and if we should unmute anyone else.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. Fred Gaines with the law offices of Gaines and Stacy. If you'll allow 10 minutes and I'll reserve 5 minutes for a rebuttal, I would appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I do have a PowerPoint presentation, if that could be brought up, please. By the way, while it's being brought up, the mention of the maps that Councilman Pearson mentioned, the documents that I presented were sent to all of the council members, and they're exactly the same as those that were in the staff report, attached to the staff report. So there was no different or separate documents discussed with anyone.
If you can just give us one more moment on that PowerPoint.
Very good, thank you. Are you ready? Very good, thank you so much. So the project timeline that you'll see here is similar to what was presented by the planning director, but let me add a couple of important details that are included in the staff report. So when this went to hearing in April of 2021, the Planning Commission specifically discussed with the applicant to come back with a project that was 10 foot further back, which the applicant went, had the plans redone, and went through that process and came back to that July 19th hearing. At the July 19th hearing, the Planning Commission decided that 10 feet was not enough. There was a suggestion made of would the applicant move it back to what we're calling the glass rail. You saw that in one of the photographs. It's the existing end of what is developed on the site, which was a volleyball court. It's a large deck area. It's to the existing edge that's been there for many, many years. And the applicant said they were willing to do that, but would like to be conditioned on that and not have to come back again. Remember, they just came back with a redesigned project, 10 foot back, asked by the Planning Commission. They had opponents who were going to appeal, and they made the decision. They asked the commission, could we be conditioned upon building it to the glass rail? Commission said no, and the applicant took the denial and went ahead with this appeal. Otherwise, this is a clean sheets project, other than the issues with the string line and the second floor in the front. The bottom in the front has been moved to eliminate that variance, but all other issues regard to height and setback, grading and parking and so forth have been accommodated. If you can go to the next slide, please. So this is a series of slides that shows, next slide, please. So this is a series of slides that shows the progression of the project. This was the original project. It was a string line that really matches if you go 5 houses up the coast of the newer, larger houses, 5 houses down the coast, the average is 83.7 feet in width from PCH towards the ocean. They proposed 84 in coordination working with staff that would be a reasonable interpretation that would meet the requirements of being treated similarly to similarly situated properties. And that's what they came in with. Next slide. Here's it shows you a little closer look at what you have here. Immediately down coast, the 32-foot is the garage, or supposed to be the garage, of the 85-foot house that's further down. We believe it is developed with some units. Whether they're permanent or not is not at issue here. And then you have 2 other garage-like structures up the coast. And the reason we need a variance is basically we're limited, as the staff report laid out in quite a detail, to a garage-sized structure virtually unless a variance is granted so that we're allowed to build as the other houses in the area have built. Next slide. This is a good look at the front, and you can see, I believe this is Mr. Jonas' house on the left here, which shows 2 stories above PCH. There's actually also a story below. It's a 3-story structure. There's to the left of that is one you can see even taller. When the story poles are in here, the height matches approximately Mr. Jonas's house. And then on the other side, you'll see you have the garage type structures. Next slide. This shows where the 10-foot. So when we came back with the 10-foot less, as asked by the Planning Commission, the purple line shows that we'd now be at 74 feet. We'd now be the shortest width of house of any of the 10, the 5 on either side that were part of the measurement. And if you go to the next slide, you can see the close-up of where that goes. It wasn't a string line per se matching up to any particular corners, as it was a compromise between the outer corners of the other 2 and what the Planning Commission was asking for. The applicant redid the plans and came forward with that. And that is what is in the appeal today, but that was what was rejected by the Planning Commission. Next slide. So then the applicant had said that they would do the glass rail, and they asked the commission to condition them upon that approval. The glass rail would be where this gold line is. You can see where that lines up with the existing edge of development on the properties immediately adjacent. Because the applicant said that they would do that, the applicant is willing to do that and is asking you today, if you approve this, to approve it at this level. This would put us at 65 feet. We would literally be 20 feet further back than the nearest new houses on either side, 18 plus feet back, almost 19 feet back from the average of the houses, the 5 on either side. Next slide. And you can see how that lines up with the edge of the existing developments, that glass rail that's been there for many, many, many years. It's actually further back than the deck on Mr. Yunus' side. And lines up somewhat with the existing decks and other structures that are on the other lots. Of course, way far behind the other homes that have been built in the area. Next slide. This shows the floor plan. This was the original floor plan to the string line. Next slide. This is the 10 feet back. You can see how the project shrinks, and we added, of course, the 2 feet that was asked for additional on the PCH side. Next slide. This is where we are with the glass rail project. It is a very modest home. Once you put the garage in, the 12 feet, all of the other required setbacks, it's a fairly modest size home. And if you look sort of right in the middle of the top measurement, sort of under the P, you'll see it says midpoint. That is approximately where we would be if you didn't grant a variance. You would have the garage you would have that dark line which separates bathroom from the kitchen, and that would be the ground floor that's allowed on this project. If you do not allow variance, that's all that's allowed, and that's what the planning director was showing you earlier and during his report. Next slide. The original submittal had a very interesting design and roof line. Next slide. We moved it 10 feet back and tried to keep that similar type design. Next slide. With the glass rail project, we've gone to a more traditional design. It no longer made sense, and that we do have the designer available to answer questions to do the sort of curved roof. And so we have a more simplistic design that we are proposing for the glass roof project. Next slide. Here are the three, the original, the revised, and the glass rail. You can see the significant accommodations and compromises that the applicant has made to be able to build that project. And literally the one on the far right, if you were to cut that in half, the orange yellow area in half, that's what would be left if you don't allow for any variance in this case. Next slide. So we are asking that you grant the appeal, that you approve option 2, which would be the glass rail reduced proposal. As was mentioned, we are proposing lateral beach access is being provided. We do have 20 letters of support in the file from Malibu residents who support this project. With me on the line today are Dustin Woomer from Diamond West Engineering and Guy Niadek, who is the designer, in case there are questions that they can answer. And I just ask the council to consider the purpose of the stringline rule. It's a fairness rule. It's a rule that what we're going to do when people want to build is we're going to let them go where other people went. We're going to line up where you can't go further, but you get to have the same treatment as other people who've built their homes along the coast. That's the purpose of the rule. It's not a weapon to push people back as far as possible, to have crazy angles, to make you build your house the size of the next door neighbor's garage. It was how these other homes, if you look at the other homes, why do they all come out to that same place? Because the stringline rule was applied to them, and that's what we're asking here. In this case, we're now 19 feet back from the average width of these houses with the proposal that we're not making. So we're no longer asking for the string line of the existing homes. We've been pushed to the point where this applicant is asking for 19 feet back. Just allow us to build a house exactly where development has existed on this property for many, many years. And with that, I'll say, I don't see the timer, but I'll save the rest of my time for rebuttal. We are available for questions. Thank you so much.
That was 10 minutes.
Very good.
And Mayor, if you're ready for public comment, you do have 5 speakers.
That's terrific. Who do we start with?
The first 2 are Ann Madden, Jason Ventris, and Lloyd Ahern. We'll hear from Ann Madden first.
Okay, Ann, are you available?
I am. Thank you, Mayor Grisanti. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Annie Madden, and I live down the beach from this project. I walk by the project site a lot, and I've seen the 4 versions of the story pools. Parker, could you put up the PDF, please? Thanks. As you can see from the Google Map image up top, Las Tunas isn't a straight beach. There are a lot of coves on our beach, and our string line follows these natural indentations. 18868 is located in that cove in the middle, at the red arrow. As you can see, the lots in that recessed piece of the coastline are much more shallow than those to the west and way shorter than the lots to the east. That's just how the stretch of beach is. In the appellant's depth comparison report here on the bottom of the screen, they argue that their house should be equal or close to the, quote, typical house footprints of neighboring homes. The appellant's argument in this depth comparison report is that they're entitled to similar or the same size of home as the neighboring homeowners marked off to the right and left in their photo, 77 feet, 85 feet, 97 feet, etc. This logic just doesn't work. The appellant bought a smaller lot located in a cove. The homes to the east and west of the cove have much deeper lots, so naturally they have much deeper homes. The reason they're having so much trouble with this project is that they're trying to fit 7 pounds of stuff into a 4-pound box. That's why all 4 versions of their story poles have extended down onto the beach, including the poles that are up right now. The people involved in this project just don't seem to have a sense of this beach. Our string line follows the natural curvature of the beach for good reason. On the beach, it's crucial that a house fits within the dimensions of the lot on which it is built. The appellant has a shorter lot. Violating our string line in order to build onto the beach is not the answer. Comparison to adjacent homes with much deeper lots is also not the answer. This last-minute, unverified option 2 glass rail plan is really not the answer. If they really believe in their option 2, let them come back to the Planning Commission so we can all make sure that in the end, this home is truly compatible with its lot and the surrounding area. Please vote to deny this appeal. It would be a gloomy precedent if anyone was allowed to exceed the dimensions of their lot in order to build out onto the beach in Malibu. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Annie.
Our next speaker is Jason Ventris, followed by Lloyd Ahern, Frank Damavati, and Tracy Loverick.
Hey, Jason, are you available?
Jason, you should see a pop-up ask you to unmute.
Okay, I'm unmuted, I believe.
We hear you.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Jason Ventris, a Las Tunas Beach homeowner. Parker, please play the compelling video, please.
The way I see it, you are asking for relief from the statutory string line. I think you're entitled to a variance from that statutory string line. But the fact that you're entitled to a variance doesn't say that, doesn't tell me that you have to go all the way out to the most seaward adjacent structure. I mean, I think you have to. We're entitled to require you to be consistent with the outline of the other buildings in the neighborhood, and it doesn't seem to me that that string line that the deck string line is in keeping with that spirit. But,
Commissioner Smith's comment that they look like they'd only come in 2 feet, you're saying they should have come in 10 feet, which would put them basically at the glass wall, and they certainly aren't there. So that's where the confusion comes in. It's not 2 feet. It's supposed to be 10 feet in. The deck's supposed to go with the house. They're both 6 feet. The deck's 6 feet on both houses, or both versions. So there should be a 10-foot difference in the story poles, and they're plainly.
Mr. Woomer, I'm feeling a little bit insulted here. We understand what the situation is. The poles should have been at the glass wall, period. You moved them in 2 feet. You're trying to gain an extra 8 feet here and trying to tell us, oh, well, we moved it back 10 feet. You didn't move it back 10 feet. So that needs to happen. If, in my view, if you want this approved, you'll start the mass at the glass wall. That's it. The deck goes from there out. That's what we asked for you the last meeting. And that's not what's happened. Please don't insult us with saying, oh, well, we got the elevation right. Well, you might have got that right, but you didn't get this right. And I think you're trying to pull that past us. I'm not happy about that.
Okay. The appellant is trying to circumvent the process. You heard Dennis Smith forewarning the planning department that there is something very suspicious going on, yet no one came and checked. When you get a stern warning from someone like Commissioner Smith, it should be taken seriously. And I'm quoting Commissioner Jennings when I say there's no room for strange and weird in this de novo review. Please check out section 1320 of the Malibu LIP, because the criteria in the redesign outlined in the last minute option 2 falls under significant criteria. This is a precedent setting decision. Three variances at best.
Jason,
Don't get bamboozled.
that's your time.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lloyd Ahern, followed by Frank Damavandi and Tracy Lover.
Mr. Ahern, are you available?
Yes, Paul, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening, City Council members. This is Lloyd Ahern, President of the Los Tunas Homeowners Association. Down on page 2 of the newest staff report, it says that the applicant now wants this project remanded back to the Planning Commission. I could say, well, what's going on? But this kind of stuff is par for the course with these people. First, and this all has happened in the last 10 days. First, they wanted to appeal it. Then they come up with option 2, which everybody told me there's no such thing unless it's in the staff report, and of course it's not there. Then they wanted to continue to October, and now they want to remand it back to the Planning Commission. So in 10 days, they got 3 possibilities. All of them they changed their mind on. Now they're saying, because they're scared they're going to get denied. So they're going to go back to the Planning Commission. In the last meeting, Jeff Jennings and John Mazza were very clear in giving the applicant their best options, and the applicant point blank rejected them. Jeff Jennings, John Mazza joined at the hip. Visualize that. When will that happen? There'll be a cold day in hell before that happens again. They rejected John and Jeff. They tried to blame the planning department, but the problems the applicant has faced have been self-inflicted. The reason this project's been postponed so many times is that the applicant has misrepresented information to the staff. The neighbors found the discrepancies in the staff report and alerted the planning department. Those were civilians on the thing, on the beach that just read the staff report. If they want a deal, they have to start acting in good faith. The community requests the story pole certification and the string line determination be witnessed by us and our architect to make sure it's correct this time. Every time, all those meetings you saw, they were all misrepresented. Just there was no honesty in any of it. Trust and then verify just hasn't worked with this applicant. From now on, it's verify, then maybe we'll trust them. If the applicant had followed the rules, they'd have approval by now. This has been going on forever. We have all these burnouts and we're spending time on this. Instead, it's been 3 years of this and everybody's sick of it. The applicant has destroyed the community's trust in them, and we have no confidence in them. Please postpone, no, not postpone, deny this project. And if you don't deny it, send it back to the Planning Commission, to the people that really know what's going on. And give us our request to be with every important verification. We don't trust them anymore, and we need your help. Please be stern with these people. They have not been truthful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd.
Our next speaker is Frank Damavandi.
Hi, Frank, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we hear you.
Great. Good evening, gentlemen, ladies, city council members. I'm the owner of the property. It's located at 1888 Pacific Coast Highway. My property is adjacent to and directly west of the proposed home at 188868. And I have been following this development application for over the past 5 years. I provided a letter of support to the Planning Commission in March of this year, supporting the original proposed home, as did my adjacent neighbor further to the west at 18904 PCH. I'm aware that the Planning Commission at the last hearing requested that the applicant reduce the string line and the size of the home by 10 feet on the ocean side, and as well as 2 feet on the Pacific Coast side of the home. Although I feel that the request modification was unnecessary, as I live right here next door, I respected the planning commissioner's attempt to find a way to address some of the community members' concerns. However, at the same time, I hope that the city council members and other involved parties with the city also consider the opinion and concerns of the property owners that are directly adjacent to this applicant and west of the subject site. And I would like to go on the record and express my concerns on further reductions on the string line and what is being proposed, as it would not be consistent with the neighborhood and sincerely overly punitive to other homeowners wishing to develop and or redevelop their homes in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Damavandi.
And Mayor, if you can give me one moment here, I believe we may have played the wrong video for Jason Ventris, so I'd like to just unmute him and check if there was something else he meant to share with his time.
Yes, thank you, Kelsey. Indeed, the wrong video was played. If you kindly play the correct one, Parker, thank you.
I just read an hour ago the city council agenda for next week. And there's an item that we had considered that's under appeal. And it's going to appeal with changes. And that item, we had asked the applicant, like we always do, would you like to take time and come back with changes? No interest. So I think, and this is a legal question, it may come up at some point, but the council is now being burdened with having to hear something that could have been resolved at the planning commission. And they are not, the appeal does not directly address what we consider. So I think there's something wrong there and it should be reviewed.
It is, of course, the purview of the city council to make decisions like this. And I agree that it seems weird that if there is language saying that, well, the planning commission would have found X if this condition Y had been in there. That seems strange to speculate about what we would have done.
As I understand it, staff has given an okay or approved this or saying it's okay on this 18868. I think you guys need to go to the property and look. That's all I need to say. Somebody on staff, one of your folks there, Director Malika, needs to go to that property and take a look. That's all I'm going to say. I think things will change. Okay, and then moving forward, I'll say this one more time too. As much as I thought those guys were up to something on the last time that we talked to them, send somebody down there and take a look at the property. Okay.
The appellant is trying to circumvent the process. You heard Dennis Smith forewarning the planning department that there's something very suspicious going on, yet no one came and checked. When you get a stern warning from someone like Commissioner Smith, it should be taken seriously. And I'm quoting Commissioner Jennings when I say there's no room for strain.
Jason, you've had your time.
Thank you very much, Jason.
And our next speaker is Tracy Loverick.
Hey, Tracy, are you available?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor Grisanti and City Council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Tracy Loverick and I am representing the MRCA. The MRCA submitted its public comment letter on September 12th 2022, in opposition to item 4A. In the publicly available online packet, there are numerous letters in support and in opposition to the CDP and its variances, but the MRCA's letter was left off. In the 2 weeks that this meeting has been continued, the record of public comments on this item was not amended to correct this omission and include MRCA's letter for the public online viewing. It seems that this will be in the interest of compliance with the Brown Act. It is not apparent that our comment is part of the public record. The council members should read MRCA's September 12th letter before making their decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Do you have a copy that you want to read to us?
Mayor, this letter was distributed to the council the day the agenda was posted and is available for anyone who'd like to request a copy. It's included in the public record.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public speakers?
No, I'm sorry, that was your final speaker. So we'll go back to rebuttal.
Mr. Gaines?
Fred, you should have a pop-up asking you to unmute.
I do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, honorable members. Well, I am hopeful that this is a case where we are in what I like to call heated agreement. This applicant is agreeing to build a house to the glass railing, which we think is what the Planning Commission wanted us to do. It is much further back than the other homes, which accommodates the concerns that have been raised about the nature of the cove and so forth, which we don't necessarily agree with. All the lots are exactly the same size. We're 34 foot back from the mean high tide line, but the applicant has agreed to compromise and build the house back at that distance, which we think is what everyone wants. We would be, while we'd love for the council to approve that project tonight, we would also be willing to have it be sent back to the Planning Commission to go through it. We're happy to meet with any of the neighbors and go through those plans. Those plans have been with the city. The plans for what I'm calling the 65-foot glass rail house have been with the city for a year. They were submitted after the hearing last July, where we said we would do the glass railing. The plans were redone, they were submitted, and they've been with the city in July. We've then redone the wave uprush study, etc. So we are ready to do that project, to go over it in detail with anyone who'd like to see it, and would be willing to have it sent back to the Planning Commission. I think to the extent that there's concerns about the design or other details, we're willing to work those out. But we would like to get to a point where we can go forward with a house in this area that'll be much further back than the other homes, but still accommodate a reasonable size home on this lot, developed exactly to the edge of where the existing long-time development has been on this property. With that, we are available for any questions. I do have the designer, as I said, and someone from the engineering company available to answer any questions you may have. And I appreciate all the time that the council is taking to hear this case tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Okay. I believe it's time for council discussion. And I don't know who wants to lead off. I see Steve Euring's hand. And Karen.
Paul, are you going to close public comment? That's typically what happens after the, right, Trevor?
Yeah, that's a good practice to officially close the public hearing.
The public hearing is now, the public comment is now closed. And I guess I should have done that before the rebuttal began. I apologize.
No, you do it after the rebuttal. You did good.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Okay, Richard Malika.
Yes,
Well,
Commissioner Area.
I have a question. I'm just trying to get some foundational stuff here so I can understand where to go with this. There have been 3-4 meetings with the Planning Commission. And in each one of those meetings, Planning Department has recommended approval of this project, right? Every version you guys recommended an approval.
The two versions, that's correct.
All three, every staff report I've read, there's been a recommendation for approval. Now, at the same time, the Planning Commission has robustly rejected that, right? 4-0, 5-1, and said no, and that their rejection has been also met or agreed to by the residents who live on the beach. Why is there such a gap between what you guys are recommending and what the Planning Commission and the residents think is the right thing to do?
So the Planning Commission only made one denial. They did not make multiple denials on this project. It was the one in July. Before that, they had just recommended continuances or asked that the project be brought back. I think it was 10 feet less.
They rejected your agreement, your suggestion that they should approve the project, right? In every case. So why is there that gap? Why does that gap exist?
The Planning Commission, they have the power to exercise their discretion. Staff, as you could see, we presented to build a home here. It appears that it would need to have a variance. Now, to the extent, as was shown in the public comment by Jeff Jennings, that extent is up to the determination of the City Council. As I mentioned, our findings or our evidence, the evidence was based on what we saw out there and the materials submitted.
I'm just trying to figure out why, like I said, there's a huge gap between what you recommended and what the Planning Commission consistently said no to. And I'm just trying to understand why that is. I mean, why? There's got to be, I would think you'd want to understand that because of future projects, if you want to get them approved in a rational amount of time, you want to give them something that people can approve, right? I would think.
Can I help for a moment? I think that there are variances, and they have to recommend if the applicant wants something that's going to require variances, they can recommend it to the Planning Commission. The Planning has to approve the variances. They didn't. Okay.
I understand, Paul. But I want to go back to Richard because the question is to Richard. There's a foundation. Look, we've spent I don't know how many meetings on this thing, and I'm just trying to get my head around the fact of why we're recommending approval over here, yet every time they do that, the Planning Commission has said, there's got to be a reason why that gap exists. I'm just trying to understand what it is. Richard, and I would think Richard would want to know that.
As I mentioned, staff looked at it. There appears to be the need for a variance based off of what we saw in the file. Looking out from the planners out in the field, there were a number of planners that visited the site throughout this entire process. The information that came back, it showed that there was a unique situation here, given the development that's on both sides of this property. I think that if somebody were to be extremely strict in the code and look for like structures, I've had folks ask for me to do that, and I don't. I like garages. I carry on, I guess you could say, the practice that I've known for 20 years where we consider a garage part of the, the dwelling. But it's, our recommendation may have been different, but we held a strict interpretation of how the staff's interpreted the code over the last 20 some years. And it's, of course, within the Planning Commission's purview to believe that the discretion to grant a variance that far out, the extent of the variance, I should say, that's within their purview to make those types of determinations. And as I mentioned, the project, from looking back at this, as you know, this thing has stemmed a number of years. It appears that staff had always advised them that and I say this as the first iteration prior to my tenure, staff had advised them that the findings could be made. I believe that's why they stuck with it. And then, as you saw, the Planning Commission asked for it to be reduced. Then we had the final denial that we brought back in August.
Let me give you, and let me just, I'm not going to spend a whole bunch of time on this, but I try to go back and understand what happened. I look at the first proposal that the planning department presented and where the string line was drawn. The string line on the western side was drawn to a foundation for a flagpole in the water that wasn't even attached to the house. And you sit back and you say, I mean, how does that comport with what the rules are supposed to be?
When I started looking at this project, what I saw as the western boundary of that string line was a structure that there was a question about its legality. We did actually find a building permit, but this is a situation where it's a tough one to come into, because one of the things that is difficult is when you have a change in directors, it's a bit difficult to go back and undo a complete determination. And so in looking at it, what I could piece together was that staff had actually looked at a structure on the, like a cabana type structure.
It was a foundation for a flagpole. That's what it is.
I can go back and look. What I saw was, when working with the original planner, Lily, there was a question about, on the western end there, a cabana type structure, was it legally built or not? And I recall looking for building permits and did find one.
Okay. Looking from the outside in, okay, there seems to be a fairly large gap between what the planning, and look, we got a planning commission that'll pretty much approve anything that isn't moving. All right. So have them go 5-0 against this project, that's telling you something. And I think there's a message there. I just don't think you want to listen to it. But Paul, I'll take it back to you. I'll come back later.
Thank you. Karen?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Yeah, I agree with Steve Euring's question. Why is there this discrepancy? And it's an unusual case. We don't normally have a planning commission that agrees unanimously in any decision. And particularly one where they're in opposition to the staff recommendation. So I know other council members have comments, but I would like to make a motion to remand this back to the Planning Commission. That's it.
When you say remand, do you want to deny the appeal and send them back to the council? Send them back to the Planning Commission, or do you want to recommend them to deny the appeal on the item that it came to us on and tell them that they should be pursuing the glass rail option? Or what do we just want to send it back?
I just want to send it back. Yeah, Trevor, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't, as you send it back, you don't, denying the application would bring it to an end. So you would remand it to the Planning Commission for them to review the project with the revisions that they're proposing, if that's the pleasure of the council.
Thank you, Trevor.
That's my motion, but I know other people have plenty more to say, I'm sure.
I see Bruce's hand raised.
All right, well, I'm going to start off by saying that my notes are to start and end. This is after hearing what everyone has said, start and end with no remand. So I'm not seconding that. I hope that doesn't get a second and doesn't get a vote, because this should be up or down. They've had their time. But can we take a coffee break or a bathroom break? I mean, this is going to be a long appeal, and
I'm perfectly willing to take what do you want, a 10-minute break?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm prepared to go on, but I figured this is going to be a long meeting. I think we all probably could use 5 or 10 minutes.
If we can make it through the appeal, it's better, as you've closed the public hearing, and we can go on video for the deliberations.
I'll
break
retract
after if possible.
I'll retract.
If anyone has to go, we will stop.
I'll retract the request. I'll retract the request then. This is exactly what I was talking about in my general comments earlier, and I did not have this one in mind when I said it. But when I said that one of the major problems with planning in this city is that we get ridiculous applications that clog the system. In fact, Richard spent probably more time discussing the timeline than he discussed anything else in presenting this, but that timeline shows how ridiculous waste of the city's time this is. And I mean, I'll be shocked if we approve this. So what I'm going to start by saying is that this, and you know, my first point is exactly the point that Steve and Karen just made. The staff's recommending the city council grant multiple variances that were denied by the planning commission. I know this is de novo. Variances aren't property rights. Let's get that out there very clearly. They're privileges. They may be extended in appropriate circumstances. There are rare circumstances in which it would be an abuse of discretion to deny a variance. But for the most part, almost 80, 90% of the time, they're discretionary. And it's lawful to grant them, it's lawful to deny them. Now, I've repeatedly stated in the past that when the planning commission makes a discretionary determination to deny a variance or other discretionary matter, I think it's bizarre and wrong for the planning department to then come back and tell us we should approve the thing that the planning commission determined in its discretion is inappropriate, especially with this planning commission, as others have noted. This planning commission typically approves a ham sandwich. So this is just bizarre to me that we're getting this advocacy piece, and it is an advocacy piece. There's no indication in the staff report of all the reasons the planning commission denied this. You have to go back and watch the planning commission meeting to understand. And those videos, which Mr. Ventress, if I'm pronouncing your name right, said was a compelling video, they were, and there's no hint of that in the staff report. And I got to say, there have been a number of people who've said they don't trust the applicant here. This appeal makes me have concerns about the staff. I know people don't want to hear that, and I've come a long way from the time I was elected till now in trusting the staff. But appeals like this make me distrustful, and I know they make the residents distrustful, because again, we've got a planning commission consisting of a majority of commissioners who tend to have a very liberal approach to approving discretionary applications when the facts permit it, sometimes without regard to the legality. I've heard Jeff Jennings say, yeah, we really bent the rules to get that one approved. This one, bending the rules won't work to get this approved. So I think the planning staff owes it to the planning commission to make a good faith effort when there's an appeal of a denial of a discretionary application to put forth their best argument to why that denial is appropriate, not ignore the planning commission and advocate for the reversal of that decision. That's one. Again, this was denied 4-0. The no's included Jennings and Smith. People have noted that. That's a resounding blow to this. And although this is a de novo review, I think we can take notice, the equivalent of judicial notice, that two of those commissioners have a mindset of granting variances where they feel capable of doing so. They couldn't get there. So some of the written public comments received in connection with this matter assert that the staff report is deceptive. Some say that that's because of the applicant. Some say it's the staff report, and one of those is by Michael Bednar. All right, I agree. Also, the Coastal Commission opposed this, and like the MRCA's letter, which we finally did get in a supplemental submission, the Coastal Commission's letter wasn't submitted either until the supplemental. So if we had gone forward and had this hearing 2 weeks ago, we didn't have the Coastal Commission's letter. We had a 2-paragraph description of what the Coastal Commission was saying, but not their letter. Second process issue that really bothers me. When I read the council agenda report, I thought the staff was recommending approval of the project as revised following the Planning Commission's rejection of the project. I found that extremely problematic, but Richard clarified for me privately, as he did again tonight, that the staff's not recommending approval of the revised project. In fact, they lack the authority to do that. Rather, the staff's recommending approval of the same project that was presented to and denied by the Planning Commission in the exercise of its discretion on August 2nd, 2021. Now, let's examine what the staff report does say. It says on page 8, On November 19, 2021, the applicant submitted revised plans that displayed a smaller structure approximately 60 feet in length along with an 8-foot deck. Due to the reduction in size, the structure is sited approximately 9 feet further landward compared to the plans that were denied by the Planning Commission. The applicant submitted an update wave uprush report that adhered to the Coastal Commission's 2018 sea level rise guidance. They then say the city's coastal engineer technical reviewers issued their approval of the revised plans and updated wave uprush report on February 4, 2022. This is all work that the planning department is doing after the Planning Commission rejected this project. This project was dead, no pun intended, dead in the water on August of 2021. We've got Woolsey fire rebuilds that are in line to get approved. And the staff was still spending time reviewing further studies, further reports, further applications that it doesn't even have the ability to recommend to the city council, but it does recommend them to the city council while saying it's not recommending them to the city council. So the report says the council can accept these proposed changes as the council's review of the project is de novo. So hint, hint, we're not recommending this, but we're recommending this. Again, I think that's wrong. What business does the city's coastal engineer technical reviewers have reviewing and approving plans submitted after the Planning Commission's denial at the time when no application is pending anymore? This application's done. It's subject to appeal. The only thing left to do is review it on appeal, not continue to piecemeal an effort to get it still done. How much did that cost the city? What, if anything, could the staff have been doing for Woolsey fire victims that they were spending time instead on this dead in the water from the day it was presented application that has now clogged the system for the past 2 or 3 years? And what's the staff's basis for making a bolded statement that this satisfies the standards, even though it's not being proposed? I have some other notes. I'm going to skip them because I think I know where we're going. You're welcome, but I'm not done. But as far as I'm concerned, the only proposed project before us is the project that was submitted to the Planning Commission. The belatedly proposed alterations can be proposed as a new project a year from now if this is denied. They don't get to go back and clog the system yet more time with this. They were given that opportunity. They said no. They wanted to take their chance to get this approved at the city council. Well, you blew it. It didn't work. You don't get another bite at the apple. Process issue 3. The test isn't whether findings can be made. The question is, what are the facts? Almost anything can be found. I've said this before. Our role as fact finders is to determine what is more likely than not to be correct, not simply what's possible given the facts. In legal proceedings, there are 2 burdens of proof and burdens of persuasion. Burden of proof is, did I present evidence from which somebody could find in my favor? Burden of persuasion, though, is, have I persuaded the fact finder that I'm in fact right? In this case, almost always, both sides meet their burden of proof. There are facts in a record from which one can grant. There are facts in a record from which one can deny. If you just you put on blinders like a horse and you look only in one direction and decide, looking only in that one direction, can I approve this? 9 times out of 10, yeah, you can approve it. Now you turn around with your blinders, you look in the other direction. Can I deny it? 9 times out of 10, yeah, I can deny it. The question isn't can I, the question is what should I do? What are the facts? Not what might the facts be, but what are the facts? And that's especially problematic when people submit expert reports in both directions, because the minute you have an expert report, you can find that it's okay. Now, in the letters from the public alone, there are arguments in both directions. If I were to accept the points in the letters opposing the project, it's easy for me to say I can't make the findings because look at all of this contrary information. By the same token, if I look only at what the applicant submitted and his 20 people who've submitted I think it's a 2 or 3 sentence, it's almost the same every time, please approve this. Of course, I could probably find the facts to support it. And by the way, while I'm at that, the next door neighbor, motivations are interesting. The next door neighbor who's supporting this He gave it away when he said it would be punitive to develop to people, others who are seeking to develop or redevelop their property. That house next door, same exact size as what the string line says it should be. It's then got this huge wooden deck, okay? If this is approved the way that it's being proposed, then the next door neighbor, you know, is going to say, oh, well, now I want to redevelop my home because my home should be the same size as that home next door. And what about
Bruce, I believe it's appropriate to limit your comments to the project in front of us.
I am absolutely limiting my comments to the project in front of us. There are precedents that we are going to establish, and you need to consider we're supposed to be planning. And when you plan, you look at ramifications next door, down the beach, throughout the city. And they absolutely are important. You don't myopically keep those blinders on, Paul, and look only at this one little stretch of beach and ignore everything else. So I am absolutely talking about this project. I understand the difference between this project and other projects. I don't appreciate the interruption. So the next door neighbor who's supporting this, and that's why I'm talking about it, has a house the same size as what the string line without a variance would permit. But he's got this huge deck. And by the way, at the end of the day, that's what I think this owner should have, is a small home that meets the legal requirements and a huge deck, just like the next door neighbor has, and just like the empty lot next to them might want to have, and just like the other two empty lots 3 doors down might want to have. This is going to have a ripple effect if we approve this. Now, Fred Gaines, fascinating. Oh, let me finish this point about the process. I've said enough about that. Fred says it's a clean sheets project other than the fact that it's not. It clearly is not. I think what 3, 4 variances being requested here, all fairly extreme. I'm going to begin with the proposition that the applicable law without a variance doesn't preclude the construction of a house on this property. You could have a very modest house just like the one next door, just like 2 or 3 others on this beach. And without a variance, you could have that house. The law doesn't preclude the construction of a house on this property. And by the way, the owner bought this property with knowledge of its limitations. They knew or should have known, and I can't believe they didn't know, that the law would not permit them to build beyond what the string line was that we're now being asked to vary from. And they're not just asking for a variance of 10, 15, 20 feet. They want to go way, way out. They should have come with a reasonable request. So the law just precludes the construction of the particular house they want to build, not the construction of a house. Without a variance, a house can be constructed that's comparable to other houses in the vicinity. Indeed, without a variance, the applicant can build a house materially similar to the house next door. Now, there are other multiple vacant. Who owns the lot next door, by the way? Does the owner of this property own the other vacant lot? Because if they do, they can extend their house across both lots and make a larger house that would be very not modest. I think we talked about that with the appeal on the beach way on the other end of town a couple months ago. And if they don't own that lot, what's the owner of that lot going to want to do next when this long home gets built? So either way, they're damned if they do, damned if they don't on that one. Again, the Coastal Commission's opposed to this. I'm not going to go through the pictures, but if you look at all those pictures that were submitted, and if you look on Google Map, and I will if it looks like this might be going in the other direction, the presentation, again, by the staff, I'm sorry to say, is misleading in terms of what's there. And if it weren't for the fact that I had submitted questions in advance of this, all of those pictures of the entire beach area and of the homes in different places, the sizes, wouldn't have been presented. I asked for them. Okay, they weren't part of the staff report. But what you've got essentially is, again, you've got next door the same 30, 40-foot house with a 60-foot deck. Next door on the other side, empty, vacant. The next one, you can't tell from looking at it in the pictures unless you look very carefully. But again, after the vacant lot, there's another house that's only 30 or 40 feet with another large deck. Now, this house, they want to take the house to the edge of where the other decks are. And they're considering that to be fair and equal. It's not. In fact, it's a huge benefit. And again, once you do that, what's to stop these other homes from saying, I want to now take my home to that same place? Okay. I'm going to just go by my notes now. And I mean,
Thank you.
You're welcome. Annie Madden, my guide, so articulate, logical, and practical. I agreed with everything she had to say. This is not a straight beach. The one thing, by the way, this is not an anomaly. The one thing that every single house on the coast, bottom of California, top of California, shares is that they're at the mercy of the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean, not our laws, dictate what can be built from one property to the next. And it's not the city's fault, it's not the code's fault that this property is situated where the ocean doesn't want this house to be the way it's being proposed. Okay. Lloyd Ahern made the point that Jennings and Mazza are joined at the hip. You're never going to see that again. You know what? Ahern and I are joined at the hip on this one. When have you ever seen and are going to see that one again? We've been opposed to each other, but you know, but when someone makes sense, they make sense. We already talked about the one person that spoke in favor of this, who's got a self-interest in wanting to see this property approved. Tracy, the letter was given to us, but again, it wasn't in the original report. It was then also not, I don't believe, in the second report, but it was then casually submitted to us as an exhibit. This just can't be approved. Oh, no, it's another example of how I view the staff report to be jaded. It talks about denying this home the string line privilege. String line's a restriction. It's not a privilege. It's not a benefit. It's what stops you from going further. But that's not how the staff looks at it. I don't get it. I really just don't get why we get the stuff we get. This one was dead in the water from the beginning. I have notes on why I can't make any of the findings hardly that we have to make. And if it looks like maybe there's going to be an approval, I'll want to speak again and explain why each of those findings can't be made, even looking at the evidence in both directions. But I sense that maybe I'm not going to have to go there. So
I have no problem in assuring you that you don't have to go there, Bruce.
Thank you, Paul.
So may we proceed?
You may proceed. I am finished for now.
Okay, my first question is to Richard Malika, and the drawing for the glass rail pop project from the side. And can you tell us if we indeed have an actual set of plans for this in the City Hall? And the other thing is that this has a very unique thing in that the second story is cantilevered 10 foot past the setback so that they can park under it. Have we ever approved that anywhere in Malibu?
So to answer go backwards there, the second question first, that's an easy one. Yes, we have on Malibu Road. We have done that so that we can get the unenclosed off-street parking on the property. So we have done these cantilevered overhangs on the front.
Okay.
And Adam, if you could please confirm for me, I believe that the plans that are the denial plans, as denied by the Planning Commission, at that time they were proposing the structure be at the glass railing, correct? I don't want to misspeak.
No.
No, it's the plans that were submitted after the denial that are at the glass railing, the ones that the applicant are requesting to be remanded.
Sorry, I got my notes backwards. And yes, there is a copy of those plans in City Hall.
So there is a set of plans in City Hall for the glass rail reduced proposal. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. My next question has to do with, there was a photo that I think it was in Mr. Gaines's exhibit, which showed the property taken from out to sea or a drone shot. And in it, it looks like, Parker, can you find that and put that up for us? It's a shot that shows the shore, and it looks like the shoreline has a wall of some kind that's in the process of failing. And I'd like to see that wall again for a moment, please, if you can find it for us, Parker. Is that something that can be done?
You give us just a moment, we'll pull it back up.
Thank you so much.
Parker, I think it might be the California coastline shot from the helicopter.
No, this is a lower shot looking back towards the property. You can really see that the whatever those are.
It was from the Fred Gaines presentation.
I believe it was in the Fred Gaines
Okay, I think this is
presentation.
Yeah, my presentation was the helicopter shot.
Paul's looking for the one that shows the glass wall and right under it's like a rock abutment.
Rocks or sandbags or something, and it's in the process of failing. And the aerial photography makes it look like someone has put together a seawall made out of sandbags centered on this property. And I don't know if
If you can hear us, Paul, we've lost you again.
anybody's going to be able to find that or not, but remarks about the fact that this is a cove and the natural shoreline does go in. This is a cove. I have no problem in believing that, shown clearly in the when we have on the screen now. But I don't see the shot that's taken from just over the level of the water, looking towards, keep going, looking. No. I saw it. I know that Bruce saw it.
Yes, saw it too.
Okay, Trevor saw it.
Trevor, were they?
I think it was in the presentation that Adam did.
So it was in the.
Is he closed up? Is he finished up after Richard spoke? I think that's where that picture showed up.
Looking again at our presentation, it's not slide 3, is it? Shoot, let me bring up our presentation on my computer.
Okay. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I think that the only thing that has a hell of a chance is glass rail, and we don't have an application for the glass rail project. And I think that
Parker, or is it perhaps slide 16? Maybe that's the one. It's standing at the beach looking up. Perhaps that's what the mayor is thinking.
That's probably it.
That'd be
Although
16.
you'd have to be standing in the water to take that.
There you go. That's it, right?
That's the one. Now, is that an old wall made out of cobbles and cement? Or is that something new, or what the heck is that? It's plain that the ocean wants to get past the glass wall.
Yeah, there is on the property, and once again, Adam can correct me if I'm wrong. There's cobble with concrete. There's, we believe it to be, I don't think that sand is natural that you see behind there. So there's development on here.
Okay, all right. So, okay. Mikey, do you have some comments you'd like to make?
Just briefly. Richard, maybe it's been said and I just didn't get it, but this looks to me like a substantially revised project. Why did it not go back to the Planning Commission?
Certainly. It is because of the denial. Once there is a denial, staff does not have that type of discretion. It has to come back, or excuse me, the appeal has to move forward to the city council for their consideration. As stated throughout here, The planning commission gave feedback and the applicant wanted a decision that night. I think that's the quickest way to sum it up.
But this is not that project. Am I wrong? This is revised.
The item that's on appeal to you tonight is the project that was denied by the planning commission. That's what you have here is a revision, but it's that revision that was considered by the planning commission in July of 21.
All right. And I'm comfortable with rejecting the July 21 submittal. And I don't believe we can approve anything because there is no report about the glass rail proposal. And if there was one, it should go to the planning commission. And I may be way off here, but I'm having difficulty figuring out. I know that I want to reject the July 21 thing that they appealed to us. And I don't think that they have to design a new house. I mean, the glass rail may work, but they're going to, it looks to me like the ocean wants very much to own that property land side of the glass rail. And I'm sure that that's something that the coastal engineers are thinking about. There's no legal basis for that cobble wall out there unless I've missed something that's not in the report.
You are correct.
Okay. We have no idea how long the cobble wall has been there though, right? Or do we?
We'd have to go. I'm not aware of a date. Adam, how far? I know it's in all of our more recent photos. I did not look back at pre-coastal photos.
Okay. Well,
are you making a motion, Paul?
Am I making?
Are you making a motion? Sounds like you're heading that way.
Well, I'd like to.
Paul doesn't want to.
What? I'm more than willing to make a motion, but would you like to suggest what motion you'd like to approve? I mean, I think it's obvious that we want to reject the appeal for the July 21st, July of 2021 submittal. Bruce?
I'll make a motion if I can.
Sure.
There's a motion on the floor.
But there was never a second. It's been on the floor for a long time.
If we just send it back to them, if we just send it back, if we were to remand it to the planning commission, what would they wouldn't have the opportunity to redesign the project anyway, would they?
Yeah, you can remand it back to the planning commission for them to consider, the revised project. If you want to do that, that is within the power of the council to do it.
Well, we have two revised projects here. We have the revised project that was kicked out in July 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the glass rail reduced proposal, which.
Yes, so I think it's clear that the current project that's being considered right now by the council doesn't have the votes to get through. So if you want to remand the glass wall project to them to give them the opportunity to do that, you can, or you can reject it here and you can direct staff to return with a resolution denying the appeal. And you just need to specify which grounds, on which grounds that the appeal is being denied and that the project's being rejected. And then staff will return with that. And then if that's the case, then they would have to wait a year to propose a project unless it's substantially different from what's being proposed right here.
Paul, may I formulate a motion?
Sure.
All right. So, I mean, unless Karen's right. She made a motion, nobody seconded it. If somebody wants to second it, we can then discuss that. But I didn't hear a second. So I'd like to move that we deny the appeal. Full stop. That ends it. And the reason that I make that motion, and I've done this before, and we've done this before, is applicants need to understand they don't get to just keep yo-yoing between the city council and the planning commission. They get to put their best foot forward before the planning commission, and the planning commission gave them multiple chances to do that. And when they say, yes, that's my best foot forward, and the planning commission says no, they shouldn't then get to come to us and say, well, we have another step we'd like to take. Please send us back there after we told them we did our best. So we should simply deny the appeal. We're done. We don't have to explain the consequences of that. And the staff should bring back a resolution that accomplishes that. I did skip a lot of comments, and I hesitate when I do that because people threaten to sue all the time. And it's really important to get on the record when they do, if they want to bring that lawsuit, all of the things that are wrong with their position so that the court can then rely on them. But I think we've probably said enough of that. I just want to add one thing though. And actually, I don't know if Steve will second my motion before
I will second your motion. I agree with you 100%.
Thank you, Steve. Fred Gaines said twice at the end of both his presentations, all they're asking with that revised one is to be able to build this house to the end of where there has been prior development. And again, I think that's pulling a fast one. There's never been a house there. He doesn't want to build a new house where the old house was. What is there? There's a volleyball court or something. There's illegally constructed wall and Paul, you brought that up. That's a great point. I would never have known that from the staff report, that you've got this illegal wall there that's not even keeping the ocean back.
It may have been there before coastal, but in any event, it's plain that the ocean wants it.
Right. Why is it you have to educate me about that and the report didn't educate me about that? That troubles me. But in any event, the motion.
We had one picture that showed it. Okay. So you've got a motion and a second to.
I just wanted, I think Paul got froze. I just want to clarify the motion. The motion is to direct staff to return with a resolution denying the appeal and denying the project. And I wanted to clarify what basis that is. I believe it is to the inability to make the findings for the building string line. Do you want to specify which ones in particular? And are there other grounds besides that?
Can we find out whether we've got a majority to deny the appeal and the project, and then I can articulate all the.
Yeah, you want to get a straw vote before we vote on the motion?
Yeah, because there's a lot of problems with the findings that we need to make. There's probably 10 that we can't make or shouldn't make if you look at the facts and judge what's right and what's wrong.
So you have two here that want to deny it. We're going to go through the grounds of what will be brought back in the resolution. Is there a third vote that is for a denial and not for a remand or another?
I would deny it. I can't see that I can't see remanding it and then having them go to the planning commission with a project that they haven't, that they've just drawn in an attempt to make it work. They have some problems with sea level rise. They have some problems with where the coast wants to be. And, I think that's the glass rail proposal is a much better proposal, but, if we were supposed to approve it, I would have wanted to see a full set of plans for that house. And, we don't need to be talking about the two previous houses if they're trying to build that house. Okay. It's not conducive to good decision making, I don't think.
So here's the full formal motion then, which is the motion is to deny the appeal, deny the project, have a resolution brought back, and here's what can't be found. Finding A1, the project is described in the application and accompanying materials is modified, blah, 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 conforms with the certified City of Malibu local coastal program. No, it doesn't. Finding 3, the project is the least environmentally damaging alternative. No, it's not. For variance number 17024, string line, finding 1.
Building string line, right?
Well, I won't bother people by reading it, but finding 1, no, there's nothing special about this property that sets it apart from the others in the vicinity or on the coast in general. All properties are subject to the same major characteristic that they're within the whim of the Pacific Ocean. Plenty of houses can't be built to the size that the owners want to build them. And I could go on, but I'm not. Finding 2 can't be made either. Look at the Coastal Commission letter. It explains why finding 2 can't be made. Finding 3 can't be made. It will provide the applicant with the right to do what others have not done or could not have done without a variance. There are 3 properties or 4 properties there are 6 properties that this is one of that are not developed. And if we grant this variance, we're giving this one a special privilege that the others are going to then want. Finding 8, the subject site is physically suitable for the proposed variance. No, it's not. The record's not sufficiently developed to persuade us that that is an accurate finding. Finding 9.
Sorry, that was finding. Was that finding 4?
That was finding 8.
Okay, so I have A13, B128.
No, 1, 2, 3,
1,
8.
2, 3, 8. Yep.
9 can't be made either.
Yep.
Variance number 1822, exactly the same. It's the same analysis, all the same ones. Variance 20042, again, all the same. Scenic, visual, and hillside resource protection, finding 3. The project as proposed or as conditions is the least environmentally damaging alternative. No, it's not. Finding 4, there are no feasible alternatives to develop that would avoid or substantially lessen any significant adverse impact on scenic and visual resources. There are other alternatives that would work. Hazards, that's F. Finding 1, no, that's not correct. Finding 2, that one can't or shouldn't be made. Finding 3, can't or shouldn't be made. Finding 4, can't or shouldn't be made. G, shoreline and bluff development. Finding 1, can't or shouldn't be made. Finding 2, can't or shouldn't be made. Finding 3, can't or shouldn't be made. Finding 4, finding 5. On top of all that, it would establish a precedent that would be dangerous for the city in general, because the next person will come in with the same exact argument and want the same exact variances, and then the next one, and then the next one, and eventually the variances will be the norm. And that's all stated, by the way, in a letter in the record by William Flehaven, who's a construction person, maybe he's an engineer, and he makes exactly that argument about you're going to just set a new precedent that's going to establish the norm, not the exception.
The argument being this is a string line, and if it's pushed out farther, then it entitles other people to meet that string line.
Yeah.
Not based on a hypothetical project, but based
I'm
on
losing you guys.
It is moving the string line out to have impacts.
Yeah.
I missed for finding E, you had 3, and what was the second one?
4, 3 and 4.
Okay.
And I'll just add one other thing, which is that as far as the other houses that are claimed to be similar, that this one would then be denied the ability to be similar to, there's nothing in the record that tells us when they were built, under what laws they were built, whether they're even lawful. We don't have any record other than we have pictures of what the houses look like.
That's
okay.
Some of those houses were built in 1937.
So I don't know that we should be comparing houses that were built before our code with houses that are built during our code.
Well, there's
the string line ordinance
standard is in the same area and the same zoning. So
yeah.
That's the standard. If it's legal non-conforming, it would still be considered here. Okay, I think I have the whole motion. If you want to double check what I have here, the motion is to direct staff to return with a resolution denying the appeal and denying the project, and the bases for that being the following findings that can't be made: A1 and 3, variance B 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, variance C 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, variance D 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, section E numbers 3 and number 4, section F 1, 2, 3, and 4, and G 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that correct?
That was perfect. You get an A for that one, Trevor.
Right.
Okay. Chelsea, can we take a roll?
I just want to confirm that that Councilmember Euring is seconding that motion as I read it off.
Yes, I am. I am seconding that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yeah, I'm going to vote on the motion. That's not the problem. I don't like the way we got there, to be honest. I just want to state, I felt like, people like, I had my hand up for 20 minutes, did not get a chance to speak. I thought there was way too much going after staff on this issue, where we could have stuck to the issues. Staff is doing the job that's brought before them, in my opinion. And, but with that, I will vote yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
I will echo Mikey's thoughts about spending all the time chasing the staff when the building gave you plenty of things to run after. But I'm voting in favor of the motion.
Motion carries.
Okay. That takes us to item 4B. I would recommend a 10-minute break. And then 501, we're going to hopefully have the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 501 when we get back. And that will bring us back here at 1:14. Okay? See you in a moment. Okay. It's 1:14. You see Trevor's hand raised. I see Mikey. I don't see Bruce. I see Steve, and I don't see Karen. And I see Renika. Hi, Renika. Trevor, I saw your hand raised. Was that intentional?
Sorry, that was a remnant from the last item. So sorry about that.
Okay. I'm waiting for Bruce to come back, and then we can start after a short moment comment from Steve McClary. Steve, do you have a moment for us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Council, I promise I'll be brief. I just wanted to say to you that the comments that were made from all of you regarding the process concerns, the information in the reports and the staff's recommendations, I heard you. So that did not fall on deaf ears, and we will work to address that. I also wanted to assure you and the members of the community that while certainly these projects do add to the workload and the time commitment of staff, I want to assure you that we always give priority to any Woolsey Fire rebuild projects. So we are not setting those aside to work on any other projects. We will continue to give those top priority. So thank you. I just wanted to address that.
Thank you. What we have before us right now is item 4B, the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 501, continued from September 12th, 2022. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Renika.
All right, so yes, good evening, Mayor Grisanti and honorable members of the City Council. I'll be presenting the second reading of the ordinance to implement the Malibu Middle and High School specific plan, which has been requested by the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. The plan establishes standards, development standards and plans to redevelop the former Juan Cabrillo Elementary School site and the existing Malibu Middle and High School site. The project will be implemented in 4 phases over the next 10 to 15 years. The item was originally considered by the council on July 11th of this year, at which time the council certified the EIR, prepared for the plan, and approved the plan with the associated legislative amendments, which incorporated the specific plan into the LCP and the Malibu Municipal Code. And it also amended the maps provided in the General Plan, Municipal Code, and LCP. On August 8th of this year, the first reading of this ordinance was reintroduced, and the council readopted the resolution that approved the plan, which included updated ESHA restoration maps and corrected a typographical error on one of the APN numbers listed as part of the plan area. Tonight, the planning department is requesting the council to conduct the second reading and adopt the subject ordinance pursuant to the Malibu Municipal Code, which requires a 21-day notice to take place before the final adoption of the ordinance. Next slide, please. To refresh your memory, the project area is located on 3 of 9 school district-owned lots in the Malibu Park neighborhood, located approximately 1/4 mile northeast of Zuma Beach, and is approximately 50 acres in size. Along the western property boundary is a mapped blue line stream that warrants protection as environmentally sensitive habitat area, known as ESHA. Next slide, please. Implementation of the specific plan requires modifications to several development standards, including increased building heights for the new high school building and the new middle school gymnasium proposed at 36 feet in height, and the new high school gymnasium and the new theater/performing arts center, which is proposed up to 45 feet in height, where currently 28 feet is the maximum height. The specific plan would also allow the use of electronic message center signs, which are currently prohibited by the code. The plan would also allow a reduction of the 100-foot ESHA buffer to be reduced no more than 50 feet to accommodate new permeable parking areas, teaching platforms, and fuel modification. And lastly, the plan seeks to establish maximum quantities of cut and fill grading. Next slide, please. Depicted here is the existing site plan that shows the blue line stream along the western property boundary. As mentioned, the stream warrants protection as ESHA, which requires all developments, including the fuel modification, to provide a 100-foot buffer. The 100-foot buffer is shown in red, and the proposed 50-foot buffer is shown in yellow. And as you can see, the existing development includes structures within the ESHA setback, which in some cases encroaches almost up to the edge of the stream. Next slide, please. Depicted here is the proposed site plan, the master site plan for the specific plan, which shows all buildings relocated outside of the 100-foot buffer and includes minimal developments such as reconfigured drive aisles, permeable parking areas, and teaching platforms within the ESHA buffer, but at no point is closer than 50 feet to the stream. Next slide, please. This image shows the location of the buildings that may be allowed above the current maximum height of 28 feet, up to either 36 feet or 45 feet, which is subject to the installation of story poles and the approval of a site plan review. Next slide, please. Since the publication of the staff report, staff has not received any correspondence on this item. In conclusion, staff recommends the council conduct a second reading and approval of the subject ordinance. I am available for any questions. I believe the school district has representatives here on the call who are also available. I don't believe they will be making a formal presentation, but they are also available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have any council member disclosures? Steve, would you like to lead off? I see your hand raised.
I have no disclosure. I've got a comment I want to make after you disclosures though.
Thank you. Well, I have nothing to disclose except that I would love to see this move forward. But Mikey, do you have anything to disclose? Karen?
No.
Bruce?
No, and I think for the record, Mikey shaking his head no, that needs to be stated.
I'm sorry, I should have enunciated that.
That is a no, sorry, you're right.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to
public comment. The mayor froze again. Let's do public comment.
The applicant team, and I'm going to make a proposal. I think they want to just wait and answer any questions if we have them. Is that correct? Carrie, Mr. Upton? I see your hand, Mr. Upton. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We just can't hear Carrie.
Hello, thank you. Kerry Upton, Chief Operations Officer for the district. Really, we have nothing to say, Mayor Grasanti and members of the council. We encourage you to vote for this second reading and direct staff to quickly move this along to the Coastal Commission so that it can be approved for the Coastal Commission and we can move forward with construction of the new high school for students. Thank you.
Okay. And I guess maybe Steve Uring wanted me to point out that I've been on the bond oversight committee since before I ran for city council. So I am involved with getting updates on progress and lack of same.
We just need any disclosures that are different since this was heard last time. And just wanted to clarify, this is the second reading. Nothing has changed in the resolution or the ordinance here. The only reason that we're having a second hearing so that beyond consent is because for noticing requirements, they weren't able to notice the first hearing with the full 21 days. So that's why we're doing this.
Okay. Thank you. Now, my cheat sheet says that public comment is next, and unless I see your hand waiting expectantly, Steve.
No, I'll wait for public comment. Let's see if
you have any public comment.
We do have one speaker sign up from Bill Sampson, but I don't see him in the meeting, so that concludes public comment.
Okay, that brings us to council discussion. So, Steve, you're on.
Okay, and I don't want to do anything to slow this train down, but when we talked about it the last time, Bruce made a motion or a suggestion that said, considering the way this thing is constructed, and we've given the school district some benefits looking forward, it would be great if they could give us some guarantee that they provide us with some kind of parking in the summer, so we don't to replace the tow yard that we have. I mean, look, at the last candidate forum, the tow yard came up as a big issue. It was written up in the Malibu Times last week in terms of how important it is to have that and how difficult it's going to be to find a place. I don't know if we can do that at this point in time, but boy, if there's a way to do that, I'd sure like to see that included in this resolution so that we got that issue put to bed and we don't have to keep fighting that for the rest of the time I'm on the city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Bruce, I see your hand.
Yeah, well, I'll echo what Steve had to say. I mean, we're being asked to give a large approval here, and as you know, I opposed the grand scheme of things, that we should just be approving what needs to be done in phase 1 and not giving blanket approval for phases 2, 3, and 4 now. But the least we should get in return for the additional approvals is an agreement to allow the property to be used for the tow yard during the summer. I just wanted to comment, Steve McClary, I appreciate your comments that were made when we came back. I just want to say that when Paul ended, he said there was no need to say anything about the staff. The House spoke for itself. That's exactly what was wrong with the report. The House spoke for itself so loudly as being a dog, and yet the staff report was an approval. It didn't compute. But so I'm going to vote against this again tonight for the same reasons I voted against it before. But I know we're going to have 3 yes votes, which is that's the way this works.
Thank you, Steve. Bruce, Karen.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion to approve, but I do want to say the tow yard, yeah, in years past, it was at Malibu High. Obviously, it wasn't possible when construction was going on and so much of the campus was blocked off and, too many moving parts. I think it would be great if it could be at Malibu High again or somewhere on school district owned property, whatever school district that might be, but that's a separate issue. So I believe that will be for a future council to work through. I hope it happens, but I don't want to hang this up tonight with that kind of contingency when so much has gone into this and we're at the second reading. I don't know why we would throw something new in at the last minute. And I will say what I said earlier about the tow yard. The tow yard that was at Heathercliff and PCH, that's a done project. That was a 1-season project. So obviously a future council is going to have to find another tow yard.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, I am moving to approve.
And I will make a motion to the second. Any discussion?
Yeah, can we get Kerry Upton to maybe suggest, is he willing to consider doing something outside of the motion to allow us to use that school property as tow yard?
Carrie, would you like to give us a comment about the feasibility of a tow yard on the campus property next summer? I see your.
Yes. We have in the past offered the facility. I mean, we have the upper parking lot, which would be available. The only restrictions we have is that once school starts in August, we will need, we need the parking lot during the school days, but it could still be used on the weekends. So it's available. And my understanding, though, is there is a process. Mr. Malika had spoken of a process for a CDP for that. So if we want to move forward, reach out to us. We'll see what we can do to make that happen.
Is there a charge to park up there? Will you guys charge us for that?
I think we can make something work.
Okay.
All right. We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Can we take a vote?
Just quickly on the district was going to allow us to park there. It just didn't work with us. It was very limited days. It was expensive for what we were trying to do. So the issue wasn't they didn't allow us to. The issue was we never found a mechanism at this point that worked. I just want to clarify that. Not that it really helps.
I believe the mayor may have frozen. Mayor Grisanti, you froze for a minute. Were you calling for the vote?
I was trying to call for the vote when it froze. I think that my internet is against me accomplishing anything today. So please, can we please have a vote?
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
I voted no last time. I'm going to vote no on the method that they're using to get the variances, but yes on the project. So I'll vote yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
No, because we only need to approve phase one and we're approving way more than we need to.
Right.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to item number 6A. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Grisanti, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Luis Flores. I'm the Public Safety Liaison for the city. We're here tonight to talk about the Knox Box education campaign that the Public Safety Commission reviewed a couple of months ago. So as you all know, the Sheriff's Department plays a significant role in maintaining and improving the public health, safety, and general welfare of Malibu residents by responding to emergency calls and really working proactively with the community and city staff to address ongoing concerns. And essentially, there are a lot of areas of the city that are inaccessible to sheriff deputies, without having access to an emergency key system like the fire department usually does. So in some areas of the city, they have to wait for a resident of that particular gated community to come out and open the gate, or wait for an attendant at the gate to open it, whereas the fire department has access to these emergency key systems. So the Public Safety Commission, during their July 6th meeting earlier this year, reviewed providing the Sheriff Department and their deputies access to these different gated communities across the city through an emergency key system. So I've been able to meet with representatives from the Sheriff Department, kind of see what's possible, and we basically presented two options for how we can go about doing so to the commission. The first being implementing a citywide ordinance requiring gated residential communities to install an emergency key system. And the second option being to conduct a community education campaign that encourages rather than requires property owners in gated residential communities and HOAs to install their own emergency key systems. But basically this, after reviewing these two options and going over what's available, the commission voted in favor to support the second option, that being to conduct a community education campaign so we can reach out to the approximately 55 gated communities / residential properties that exist in the city, so that we can grant sheriff deputies access to these communities, because of course it does affect response times. Sometimes city staff does have access to these security codes at some of these communities, but oftentimes they change, and city staff isn't provided to the most up-to-date codes. So some of the codes that we do have are outdated, and when we do provide them to sheriff deputies, unfortunately, it does delay response times. But going back to what the Public Safety Commission moved in favor of support is that community education campaign, which essentially is educating property owners on the importance of installing emergency key systems in their respective communities. This would be something that city staff, in partnership with the sheriff's department, would be responsible for carrying out. And this would be, of course, reaching out to property owners, HOAs, on a routine basis, pretty much to provide an overview of crime rates within that respective community. And really, try to encourage the installation of an emergency key system, which if we look at what other cities have done, they basically require, the property owners / HOAs to purchase these emergency key systems, work with a locksmith to install them, and then work with the sheriff's department to ensure that deputies have access to them. So in other cities, deputies from Los Hills, Malibu Station already have access to what's called like a universal Knox box key, which is pretty much the emergency key system that is used by Los Hills Station. It's a product of the Knox company, and basically it's separate from the system that the LA County Fire Department uses. It requires a separate installation, but there's a universal key that is reserved exclusively for the sheriff's department and their deputies. So this isn't given to city staff, isn't given to any city officials. It's solely to be used by the sheriff's department and their deputies, and it grants them access to whatever community has this the Knox box key installed. And these are pretty much equipped with tamper switch for further protection. There are multiple properties within the city of Malibu now that have access, have Knox box installed as it already. And they've already worked with the sheriff's department to grant them access to that, to the Knox box master key. So some properties in Malibu already have these emergency key systems, but they're it's a very small amount compared to what the Public Safety Commission feels would be ideal to improve public safety and, of course, response times to these particular communities. But based upon that recommendation, staff request that the City Council review and discuss the Public Safety Commission's recommendation, and of course provide direction as appropriate for us to be able to carry out the recommendation, if that's what you all wish to do so.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who signed up to speak on this?
Yes, you have one speaker on this item, Ryan, and we'll hear from him now.
Hi, Ryan, are you available?
Yes, I'm very familiar with this and spoke at the Public Safety Commission about this. I'm surprised that there's no report from anyone on the commission for this item. This typically has to do with vehicle entrance gates, which are electrically actuated motorized controls. I didn't know if this would apply to any pedestrian entrance, in such case that there may not be a vehicle entry, and would be the method, for instance, for paramedics to arrive, maybe rather than a fire truck to drive down a driveway. So maybe one of you could ask the staff that. The Sheriff Knox box key is quite similar to the one that the fire department uses, but these keys are regional. And so in the case of the fire department, even under their existing program, the mutual aid responders don't have these keys. So when the big fire like Woolsey comes, the gate associations need to open their gates and lock them open, because the responders from Burbank and Pasadena and Montebello, they may not have this key system for the Lost Hills Sheriff region or for the fire region as well. I just wanted to make that clear. This is electric gate activation only. So if your gate does not have battery backup, the gate may not open if the power's out, and there needs to be a response. So to be clear about that, the battery backup configuration is a whole nother function and expense that I would encourage every property owner in Malibu to get because of the power safety power shutoff program of Edison's wanting to shut off our power whenever the wind blows hard. And so I wanted to clear that up as well. The approximate cost is about $800 because sometimes it involves welding and weatherproof housings and equipment. This is heavy gauge stainless steel products. And it's a lifesaver, but it's not free. And that the last is this stuff really needs to be installed by a certified motorized gate authorized installer for a lot of liability reasons. When you break the chain of maintenance custody by having just a locksmith or a handyman touch your gate, you could be in it for a lot of liability, especially for an association where there could be problems in the future. So those are my recommendations. I support the program in general. It should be only voluntary at this point, and the city needs to engage a robust educational and outreach program, maybe even put ad in the paper as well as postcards. A lot of times officers change on associations and even management companies.
Ryan, that's your time.
And mail to the property address, not a management company. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Any other public comments?
No, that was your only speaker sign up, and I don't see any raised hands from the public.
Okay, who would like to lead off the council comments? Steve?
Yeah, it's more of a question. I mean, I think this is a good idea, but why don't the sheriff use the same keys that the fire department uses, as opposed to having to put in new? If I got an access way and I got a key to get in there, why am I making these guys put another lock box in there and get more keys? Is there some reason they can't use the same key the fire department uses?
You have any ideas about that, Luis?
That's a great question, and I was hoping our fire safety liaison team was here to help address that as previous firefighters as well. But I do, from the conversations we've had, I know they like to keep the two key systems separate. I'm not sure if that's a privacy reason or so forth, but I'm happy to check in with our fire safety team as well as the sheriff department and report back to you as soon as I can clarify that answer.
Thank you very much. Karen, followed by Bruce.
Yeah, first, Luis, I want to say thank you very much for the work that went into this report. I appreciate it, and I'm sure everybody on the council does. I'd like to make a motion to add the Knox Box education campaign to fiscal year 22-23 work plan.
I'll second it.
We got a motion and a second. Bruce, would you like to open the comments?
Sure. It's a question more than a comment, actually. It's just, so all we're doing here, if we approve this, is agreeing to educate the public as to the importance of doing this. We're not requiring it, right? Is that what's going on here?
That's correct. Yeah. So there's no requirement. Like Calabasas has an ordinance. Basically, the commission wanted us to carry forth the campaign simply to educate and try to encourage property owners and communities to install it rather than require it. Yes.
Okay. I might have missed it because I glitched for a minute during the presentation, but there's no fiscal impact associated with this. How can we be doing education and it doesn't cost us anything? Isn't there some fiscal impact?
It could be staff time for the most part. I mean, it would be that would really be. I mean, the educational material for the most part is already developed with the sheriff's department. So I'd be kind of working hand in hand with them to carry out, messaging with our communications department, and as mentioned, some recommendations from Ryan. Reaching out, putting information out on the newspaper, reaching out via social media and stuff like that. So really, the financial side of it would be staff time.
Okay. So my comment will be, it's almost a no-brainer to agree that we should provide information and education to people as to a potential safety measure. The flip side is like, if we're not requiring people to do it, seems kind of like we're not really doing much except for engaging in security theater. But why not?
I do want to add though, too, just going back off your comment, they voted to basically move forward with the education campaign and then assess how that was going further down the line. I believe they mentioned within a year. And then, of course, if that's not being effective at all, and say we have only 1 or 2 new properties who actually go about and install, they'd review, potentially going further and maybe doubling down on the education campaign or exploring the passing over an ordinance.
So it's like stopping the target for the potential ordinance, huh? I mean, I'd go for the ordinance right now, but okay, education's easy.
Thank you, Bruce. Is it okay if we call the question now? I'm very in favor of it. I had a property with one of these gates on it for the fire department for years. We never had any problems with it, and it makes life easier in an emergency. So we have a motion and a second. Kelsey, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Farrer,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti. Mayor Grisanti, if you hear me, you may have frozen.
So if you can we continue to take the roll?
Yes, we just heard you now, so it's your vote.
Oh, yes. I'm very much in favor of this.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I'm going to get a cord to plug my computer in and take us to 6B, which is the film permit services review. So we're going to need a staff report on that.
Yeah, and Mayor, I can take us through that real quick. We'll give a quick presentation. Kelsey, do you want me to? Oh, there you go. All right. On June 13th, the City Council directed staff to research comparable cities to get a better understanding of providing film permit services in-house or with an outside agency. This is a quick summary of that review. Next slide. This staff report and action doesn't have any fiscal impact. We currently have budgeted about $450,000 in anticipated revenue to be received from film permits and an expense of $338,000. And this is part of our normal staff operations and is not included in the work plan. Next slide. The city has been using an outside agency for at least the past 22 years, since 2000. RFPs were issued in 2015 and again in 2019. This resulted in using the same provider because they were found to be the most knowledgeable, effective, and readily available in our area. Next slide. So permit fees must be neutral to cover the reasonable cost of administrative overhead. We are not legally allowed to set our fees to be profit generating. This is spelled out in California Constitution, Subdivision E of Section 1 of Article 13C. That was added by Proposition 26, which was defining tax. So our fees are established by studying all of the associated costs with the related functions of processing different aspects of film permits. The existing fees are included in the staff report as attachment 1. Now, studying all of our city's fees, that was last done in 2015. It's really good practice to conduct a full analysis about every 5 years to establish the right baseline and then modify annually with inflation. But due to the pandemic and obviously other things that have gone on, we haven't done a more recent study, but that it has been included in our 22-23 work plan with the goal to initiate a new study this year. Our current film permit fee structure is a 25-75% split. So we have about 25% for indirect administrative costs, and the consultant receives 75%. So this is a good structure for streamlined handling of permits and financial reconciliation. The existing vendor maintains 5 full-time equivalents or 5 staff members and are, for the most part, available nearly 24/7. Next slide. So a quick disclaimer, we tried to compare all the cities that we could that had some similarity, but it's not necessarily like for like or precise, but this was helpful to give us a scale of what's going on in surrounding cities. In researching comparable cities, it proved that there is no clear standard for handling film permits. As you can see from the chart, there's a mix of internal versus outsourced, versus the volume of permits are different, the staffing levels, and the associated recovery and costs. Malibu has at least 400 permits issued per year. We've gotten up to about 700 in some of the peak years in the past. Most similar in scale would be Pasadena and Santa Clarita. So you can see there in the middle that Pasadena has about 300 permits per year and Santa Clarita almost 600. Both are maintaining a staff of about 4 FTE. And the financials may not be quite precise. You know, we got our best info back from them as we were surveying the cities. And Pasadena likely has a significant amount of overhead that we're not quite clear on that goes into that 818,000, which nets them about 435,000 that would have to cover their reasonable administrative costs. Because again, it's not supposed to be revenue generating. Of note, Culver City and Santa Monica, they use Film LA, and they actually have 2 separate fees, some that go to the city directly and some that go to the agency directly. So we didn't get clear numbers from them, but they are full cost recovered. Next slide. So in the last slide, you saw that Pasadena and Santa Clarita both have about 4 staff members dedicated to film permit services. We could reasonably assume that the city of Malibu would need at least 4 as well to manage our volume, and that our salary costs would probably be on par with Pasadena at about 400,000. The team would need to be dedicated industry experts. We would need to be able to maintain the staffing level at all times in order for such a program to be viable and effective. And of course, our city is and predominantly has been a contract city, having used an outside consultant for the past 22 years. So it would be fairly difficult to get a program up and running. It would be challenging to maintain that staffing and expertise and all the industry relationships needed to manage such a program. Furthermore, the associated fees can be for cost recovery only. This cannot be revenue generating, which reduces the incentive to change our current setup. So based on the current structure, the dynamics, and all the challenges that go into a film permit program, along with the rules on fees, we reasonably concluded that it would be best to continue to use an outside agency for film permit services. Next slide. So our recommended action is to receive the report and direct staff to issue an RFP for film permit services and provide any additional direction on scope or fee structure if needed. And that concludes the presentation.
Okay, do we have anyone who's signed up for public comment?
Yes, we have 2 speakers signed up. They're Kimberly Nilsson and Ryan. We'll hear from Kimberly first.
Thank you. Kimberly, are you available?
I sure am. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Awesome. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Mr. McClary, and Mr. Tony. My name is Kimberly Nilsson. I am the sole owner of Solid Waste Solutions, which was established in 1999. We currently, with our staff of 4, provide contracted film permitting services to 2 cities and solid waste management services to 8 cities. Our current contract was executed in July of 2019 after going out to RFP. Film LA did not bid on that contract. We were the only bidder, and they wrote us a letter of recommendation. The term was for 3 years. The current contract was extended in June to November 20th, 2022. Therefore, it can be extended again. This provided the time for staff to evaluate the services provided under the contract. In March of this year, SWS submitted a request for contract extension to the interim Assistant City Manager, Ruthie Quinto. In that package, we identified that pursuant to Section 2, term of the agreement, the contract could be extended. We stated that the 2019 contract language was acceptable to our firm, but we did want some changes in the scope of work, and SWS provided a markup. We identified in our letter that since 2019, the scope of the services for filming has grown. Shoots are larger. There's more noticing, more field monitoring to do. Additionally, with inflation running over 7.4%, gas prices rising 39 cents in the last week and a half, insurance costs soaring, we ask that the percentage of fees be increased from 75 to 80%. SWS prides themselves in our commitment to the community of Malibu. I was hired as an engineer with Wildan Associates when the city incorporated and worked for the city of Malibu. I was hired by the city's first public works director, John Clement, and John and I took filming in-house so that the city would have some control of that. And then I started my own business in 1999 and was awarded a film contract in 2000. Additionally, SWS has helped staff during the Woolsey fire. We helped staff the EOC, participated in the LA County Filming Work Group with Dr. Barbara Ferrer to ensure we were COVID compliant and could lift the protocols at the same time. It is our goal to provide you great service so that staff doesn't have to worry about filming. There aren't issues and people know who to call. We have staff out daily notifying, monitoring all shoots. We have a phone number that's available to the residents and on every notice we distribute. SWS would be honored to continue providing these services to your city, and we've developed relationships with city staff, film permit companies, location managers, studios, and most importantly, Malibu residents. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Our next
Is Ryan
speaker is
available?
Ryan. Yes, we'll unmute him now.
Thank you.
I think you could just play my recording from the last 15 years. It's the same thing every time. What you can do here, I mean, this is a private contractor and Kimberly is first class. I mean that with all due respect, but there's no way 80% of the revenue should go to any private contractor for this amount of money. That is wishful thinking. You're on notice here as a council that this is out of control. The expertise actually of Kimberly's firm might be better morphed into enforcement of short-term rentals. That's another discussion that's not on the agenda. But the reason Pasadena has fewer permits issued and more revenue is because they are a pre-Proposition 218 type city. They can generate revenue off of their business licenses because they're a 120-year-old city. That's a different realm. City of Malibu needs to have on the ballot a revenue generating tax for film permitting. This council could do it. It's a little late for this election, but it needs to occur. That the fact that we've heard, and Joseph is right, that yes, we're not supposed to have revenue generating fees under this situation, not unless they're imposed by vote of the citizenry. And yes, we can, and we just did. And next one needs to be on the parking revenue. That was not raised to 15%. You did the transient occupancy tax only. It simplified the issue for the voters, that's fine. But these two issues, the parking tax percentage and gross receipts, revenue, whatever you call it, for film permitting needs to be done. And I want you as a council, not waste time on this. Let's ask Trevor right now tonight how to make it happen. That there's no reason why, $700,000 of revenue needs to be given to a private contractor. And it's been great. Kimberly has been great, but it's a lot of revenue that the city has lost every year because of the limitation that the city is not to make money on permit fees. However, maybe the city doesn't need to have high permit fees and have it all go to a private contractor. Maybe the fees should be lower. I don't know. The idea was that the film industry will pay whatever fee it takes to film in Malibu because there is absolutely no substitute. And we need to realize that we have this potential. We're talking about selling the environment for other purposes. This is exactly it. We talked about the city's branding efforts. We spent $100,000 on a consultant once to do branding, and that imploded. This is an opportunity for ever to keep film permit revenue in Malibu, so please put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Our next speaker is Joe Drummond.
Joe, are you available?
Hi, yes, thanks for letting me talk. I don't know all about the money and the revenue and all of that. I just know that Kimberly responds to emails immediately. She's been great these last, I think it's been almost a decade, but she's been excellent. And Whatever Ryan's saying, I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. So do take it seriously. But I do want to just make a plug for Kimberly. I think the consistency is important for the film permits, and I know she's very good about giving everyone who films in Malibu, Big Rock has their own, the Property Owners Association has their own film permits that she gives to everyone who films and shoots in Big Rock. So it's just great to have that consistency, and I think she's great. Thanks.
Okay.
And Mayor, not seeing any other speaker signups or raised hands from the public. That concludes public comment.
Okay, we now are at council comments. And I see Bruce's hand followed by Mikey's. I see Mikey's then.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments and then I'm gonna have to sign off. I'm afraid I've got to go catch a flight. It is interesting to me. I understand why we do film permits. Understand from the residents' perspective, some of them rely on the income, as Joe Drummond just spoke to. And I know Kimberly does a great job. My question more is, how are permits handled on property that's not ours, such as Pacific Coast Highway? Do those have to go through the city of Malibu, or do those go through Caltrans? And for other agencies as well? How does that work?
Yeah, Councilmember Pearson, and I'm sure Kim could comment on it as well, but that's part of the reason why we use Solid Waste Solutions, is they're able to help coordinate with those other agencies. So if it's on PCH, they would be coordinating with Caltrans. If you're on beaches that aren't city property, you'd be coordinating with the state and those different agencies. So you have to coordinate with the proper entities that are in charge of those areas.
Okay, that's what I would assume. So basically, here's my only point. I'm just wondering what the upside is for the residents on other properties. And I suspect we don't necessarily control that, but there's no doubt occasionally there's shoots that definitely, I suspect we don't permit as an entity that, create issues. So whatever, I get people want to film in Malibu. I'm sure some residents is important to them. I know it's controlled there. I don't hear a lot of issues. I do hear a few, but not too many. But it's things like the highway and the beaches where I guess it just descends on us. And those are my only comments. I'm not going to be able to stay here long enough to vote on this anyhow. So, and I'm going to sign off. So thank you very much, everybody.
Have a great flight.
Thank you.
Yeah, and to clarify what Councilmember Pearson was asking, if you have a home that you're filming or you're getting a permit, but it has beach access, you're going to still be coordinating with the city, but you may be also coordinating with another agency to have the proper permitting in place to do that shoot. So there may be multiple agencies involved.
Right. Yep. Bruce, are you ready to go now?
Yeah, I am. Mikey had his hand up before me. That's before. I have a couple questions and some comments. First of all, so let's deal with a private person first of all. So if someone has a private property and they're letting filming occur on their property and they're getting paid $10,000 a day or maybe more, does the city generate any revenue from that money that flows to the property owner like they would if it was a short-term rental?
That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I believe they would have to report it, but we're not getting it through the permit fees, or we're not getting it through the permit.
Right. So is that covered by sales tax or some other tax that we have on our books? And if not, can it be legally, Trevor?
I don't believe it would fall under sales tax. If somebody was sleeping there overnight, it would fall under transient occupancy tax. In terms of putting together some kind of tax that would apply to this, I don't know as we sit here, but I can look into that and come back.
Okay, so now let's move that over to city property. When someone wants to film on our city's property, do we get a fee for that beyond the permit fee? Do we actually charge for the ability to film on our property?
Not that I'm aware of offhand. I believe we only do the permits. Steve, did you know?
I see Kimberly
I saw-
is waving her hand. Perhaps she has an answer.
I can answer that, Mayor Pro Tem. The city has a film permit fee, correct, but you also have use fees. So if you want to film at Bluffs Park, you do a Park and Recs permit and you pay them the use fees. If you want to rent the parking lot, you pay the city use fees. So that you are correct, you do get use fees for the use of any city property.
Okay, and Steve McClary or Joe, Tony, do we like set those, are we, well, actually, Trevor, are we allowed to profit on the use fees?
The use fees for the city property, we set those are set by the city. We have a standard fee that we charge for those, right? We have some flexibility in terms of what we can charge for use of our own property. Yes.
Right. Do we have any limitations other than what the market will bear on what we charge for the use of our property?
Well, the biggest thing is that we're charging everyone equal, that we're not, unfairly discriminating against anybody.
Sure, but can we charge whatever the market will bear, or do we have some kind of restriction on what?
In general, I think you can charge at a market rate if it's a city-owned property for use of the city's property.
Okay. Now that the film company here, the permit company doesn't receive a percentage of that. Is that correct?
No, they're only getting part of the processing fee, the same as they wouldn't get a piece of the whatever they pay for using a private residence, I would think.
Is that correct, Kimberly? You're only getting a percentage of the permit fee, not the use fee?
That's 100% correct. We only get a percentage of permit fees. And even though the city collects the fire department fees, we don't get a percentage of that either. It's remitted to the fire department.
Okay. Now, when someone wants to use PCH to film, I understand that Caltrans or someone else may have to give a permit, but can they do that without our permission? Can they just like shut down a stretch of highway based on Caltrans or someone else's permission without our input whatsoever?
Yes,
they can.
They can. They have specific rules, and the permits are issued by the California Film Commission, but they do run their permits by us because we have a long-standing relationship with them. So I do see them, and they do not close the highway, especially in the summer. They have very strict rules, and so does the county when it comes to their beaches.
Okay, but when someone wants to film on PCH, do a car commercial or something where they do shut down the highway, do they need a permit from us at all, or that's not something we're dealing with? That's just the state or whoever owns it.
It's just the state, the California Film Commission.
Okay. Last question. It's kind of a two-part question. Comment. I understand the concept that we don't get the profit on fees. Like, if somebody wants to rewire their house, they need a permit to do that. Clearly, the city shouldn't be making a profit on giving somebody permit. Making sure they're following the rules and giving them permission, because they're not inconveniencing anybody. They're fixing their house, but we need to make sure it's done safely and according to code. Filming's a different animal. It inconveniences the neighbors, it inconveniences the public at large, depending on where it is. Trevor, we're not allowed to charge something for that inconvenience to our residents, or are we?
No, we can only be to recover our actual costs involved. It's the limitation on our fees. So if there are costs to the city of dealing with nuisance issues or things like that, but we have to actually be able to justify the costs. We have to go through that cost study every year.
Okay. Thank you. That's all been helpful in informing me what I'm going to do here.
Karen?
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to issue a request for proposal for film permit services.
Did you just second that, Bruce?
I did.
Okay. Any further discussion? I see Mary Ann's got her hand raised. You have, Mary Ann, I didn't see you earlier. when we were, but
No, I apologize. I didn't sign up for public comment. I did want to point out that in the municipal code, section 5.20, it does deal with the filming and the restrictions. And there are specific requirements on the highway as to when it can be used and with regards to lane closures and such.
thank you.
Thanks.
And I will mention along that line that there's a limit of number of days your neighbor can decide to have filming at their house. And what typically happens in neighborhoods is if a house gets used for filming, suddenly the neighbor's properties need to be used for parking or something like that, which compensates people for the inconvenience and doesn't count as a film day. All right, can we call the question? Can we take the roll?
I'm sorry, I was muted. Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, that takes us to 6C. 6C is a recommendation of a change in the Lady J departure procedure from LAX. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. I'll just tee this up very quickly here. I know our city attorney, interim city attorney Trevor Rushin has some comments, and we also have our special counsel Steve Tabor here. So I'm going to turn it over to them to make some comments. I also wanted to make the council aware that we have David Chan from the Los Angeles World Airports. LAWA is also here to answer any specific questions that you may have. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Trevor.
Sure. Thanks, Steve. Alex, can you put up the slide so we can show what we're talking about here? So this is the depiction of the current route, which is in blue, and then the two proposed other options. One is the Casta hybrid is in yellow, and the Lady J compromise is in red. So I know in the staff report, if you didn't have it printed in color, it could be hard to see that. So I want to put it up there. So as I believe everyone's aware, since the next gen system was put in place, I think in like 2016, there were a number of complaints generated throughout the city about increases in noise from airplanes. That noise is generally caused by the incoming inbound flights. But the city has been concerned about all the noise it's generated, and actually went through a process of petitioning to our rulemaking to actually have these rules changed, and sought to have these flights pushed higher and farther out as much as possible, and also to move things back towards sort of where they were before the next gen changes went through, because a lot of the noise has been concentrated on the same neighborhoods as a result of these changes. So an opportunity came to the city, since the city has taken on this issue and did file a petition, and LAWA reached out and is actually proposing new routes, these two alternatives to the FAA, and they've asked the city to weigh in, and so the city has the opportunity, if it wants to, doesn't have to weigh in on if it wants to support or send a letter to support either of these two routes. So the staff report sort of lays out the benefits and drawbacks. The Lady alternative doesn't have much of an impact in the city, since the changes are mostly outside of the city. So the bigger issue is whether the city is interested in supporting the Casta hybrid model, or staying silent, or supporting the status quo. And with that, we have Steve Tabor here. He's our specialized FAA counsel, who's assisted us with the petition for rulemaking. He's been monitoring the ongoing saga in dealing with next gen, and I want to give him a chance to say a few words. Steve, are you there? I saw you in the room.
Yes, I'm here. I think that the most important thing that Trevor said was that the incoming flights, the arrivals, are causing much of the issues, the noise issues over Malibu. And this is a departure procedure that we're talking about. However, it does provide some it does create quite a bit of noise up the corridor, for which it covers. The one thing that this map does not show is the incoming flights and where they intersect with the Lady J departures, and that's a critical point because they intersect at the lowest point right above the Malibu Pier, and so by moving the flight procedure to the using the Casta hybrid, you are moving some of the flights away from the Malibu Pier and over a different portion of Malibu, but separating the Lady J stream away from the incoming flights on the flight procedures that are called Ironman and Hull. And I think that was one of the points of particular concern for adopting the preference for the Casta hybrid, is that it disperses the noise a little bit more for the people in Malibu. I think that's about it for right now. And the other point I guess to make is that, as Trevor also mentioned, that there's no requirement that you do anything right now. This is just these are just proposals that are going to go to the FAA, and there will be other opportunities for the public to weigh in as well as Malibu to weigh in if the FAA decides to move forward and adopt either the Lady J compromise or the Casta hybrid. At this point, LAWO is asking for the city of Malibu to weigh in to see if they had a preference or no preference.
I'd love to ask you a question, Stephen. I've noticed that Timmy, who's the author of this, is also online, so maybe we'll ask her this question also. Currently, the departures cross over the shoreline onto the shore at an elevation of about 7,000 feet, or is it 8,000 feet?
7,000.
They
Yeah.
hit the Malibu waypoint, which is in the ocean. You can see it there on the slide. And they are climbing to 8,000 feet when they hit the Lady J.
That's correct.
Okay, so they're still climbing, and in the Casca component, when they get to G Heart, which is shown on the screen here, is what elevation are they supposed to be at that point when they cross over onto the shore?
They're at 8,000, and that waypoint is significantly closer to the shoreline than Malibu is. So they're already 1,000 feet higher, and they're climbing to 9,000.
Okay. So I don't know how long it takes them to get to 9,000, but perhaps by the time they go over the Lady J point there.
Well, they'll actually bypass that as they continue to accelerate to the 9,000, but they have a ceiling. It's not that they couldn't reach a higher altitude sooner. It's they're being held at a specific ceiling. The benefit, and I appreciate Stephen bringing up the cross arrivals, because those are very important components. That's what's holding these ceilings down. But the historical route allows that ceiling to be increased another 1,000 feet. And there are things that we hope to do in the future that might afford that to increase even more, based on some considerations that may be given to the Ironman. But that's all projected in the future.
Okay, thank you. And what elevation is Ironman at when it crosses over?
Currently, right now, oh, I'm sorry, Stephen, did you want to take that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Currently, right now, when it crosses the eastern Malibu residence, and as Lady J is underneath it, it's at 10,000 feet descending to 9,000.
Okay.
And that's the
And-
reason. That's the reason why that there's a ceiling on the departures, is because they're flying under the arrival path.
Okay. All right.
So theoretically, if you could raise the arrivals, arrival at altitude, you could also raise the altitude for the departures as well, theoretically at least.
Okay. And I'm have we just transitioned into public comment? I think probably.
I just have one question before we get there, Papa May.
Sure.
You know, before they started making how close is this to what we had before they started making all these changes? And before they started, I mean, are we getting anywhere near where it was before people started complaining about it?
The Casta hybrid follows roughly the same flight path as the previous flight procedures before next gen. Casta was a flight procedure that existed before next gen, I believe, and this follows that same path. The one thing you have to remember, though, is that this is what they call an RNAV procedure, which means that the corridor, if you will, the flight corridor, is a lot narrower than what it was before. So the aircraft are going to be much more concentrated in a narrower corridor than that they were before,
and therefore have more impact on the
people underneath them.
Maybe they're going through. Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Okay. I guess we have Timmy's hand and we have David Chan's hand. So Timmy, and then David.
Mayor, are you transitioning into public comment? Timmy is our first speaker.
Yes, I also wanted to, if you guys have questions, it might be helpful too to leave me unmuted so that I could interact. Stephen, I don't mean to correct you, but I do want to correct one thing. The Costa was always an RNAV. So the laser thin or the more narrow corridor that you're referring to really is not a factor here, because the Costa always had the same corridor. It was an RNAV upon its conception. So the Lady J is an RNAV and the Costa was an RNAV. So that doesn't change. The exposures and the intensity does not change for the residents underneath these pads. It will be the same. I guess if we're transitioning, I mean, was that clear? Or does anyone have a follow-up question to that?
I think I want to hear what David Chan has to say, and then we'll call for any other public comments. Mr. Chan?
Hello, can everyone hear me? I'm David
Yes.
Chan from Los Angeles World Airport. Hello, Mayor, Council Member. Thank you for having me today. I just want to use this opportunity to clarify the altitude information that we discussed earlier associated with the CASTA option. I understand that Steve mentioned that there is an arrival route on top of the CASTA or the Lady J departure, and that's why they would have to place those departure at an altitude between 7,000 to 8,000 feet. But just reverting back to CASTA does not guarantee the altitude will increase back to by 1,000 feet, because the airspace has changed with Metroplex. They made a lot of changes with a lot of flight procedure. And so with today airspace, without changing the arrival route or any other route, by just modifying the Lady J, we can't say for sure that they will be flying higher with the CASA option. We tried to confirm that with the FAA, and they were not able to confirm the altitude until they go into the design phase of the procedure modification. So I just want to point that out for the council and your discussion and consideration of this proposal.
Thank you.
So where are we in terms of getting a final result? Is that a long way away? Or this is a proposal, not the final doohickey, right?
That's correct. This is a proposal that will be presented by LAWA to the FAA. Then the FAA goes through what's called a 7141A process, which involves working groups and interactions with the air traffic organization. And so it's going to be at least another 2 years, I would say, a year to 2 years at least before a new procedure would be implemented.
And when they do those interactions further on down the line, do the residents get to speak to that? Is that, I mean,
yes.
So we will have a voice somehow in that process.
Yeah, theoretically, the FAA could do it without community involvement. However, because of the community interest in this type of procedures, they'll most likely involve the community. Otherwise, the FAA is doing a little bit better on these kind of things instead of trying to sneak them underneath the doormat. Underneath.
Thank you very much. I apologize for jumping in, Paul.
That's all right. That's all right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm done.
I have one more question. I've got a copy of the 54-page document that you generated, Stephen. And it on the page 12, it shows a flight pass over Malibu in green as the pre-Metroplex flight pass above Malibu. And it makes it plain that there's a heck of a lot of stuff coming in, and then things that are going out seem to be crossing willy-nilly everywhere. And then it shows the post-Metroplex flight tracks, and basically it's solid blue everywhere. That's on these are on successive pages 12 and 13. And I'm at a loss to describe a way that this can be improved. Is it, I don't know what
the
length of time these flight paths over it, if we are in the post-Metroplex era right now.
Yes, what you're seeing in both of those diagrams or those graphics is the same number of aircraft, approximately the same number of aircraft, so flying those routes. So the more concentrated the blue line is, that means that there are more aircraft flying over those specific areas that were once dispersed prior to the Metroplex. Does that make sense? So, you know, the way, another way that I describe it is that the flight corridor for what was called a standard flight procedure before the Metroplex, before RNAV, was about 6 nautical miles wide. The standard flight corridor for an RNAV procedure is a 1/2 nautical mile wide. You have the same number of aircraft flying through the same corridor, but one is 1 nautical, 1/2 nautical mile wide. The other is 6 nautical miles wide.
Okay.
So there's a lot more dispersal, and basically the second graphic, if you shifted the departure routes, and you shifted those to the left, it would change the number of flights that are flying over the portion around Malibu Pier.
Okay. Thank you. Timmy, do you have something to add on this?
Mayor, did you want to open public comment with Timmy?
Yes, I would like to open public comment with Timmy. Is Timmy on the public comment list?
Yes, you have 5 speakers. Timmy is the first, followed by E. Barry Haldeman, Gary Hoffman, Julie Carmen, and Rick Mullen. Obviously, we can hear from Timmy first.
Okay, let's hear from Timmy first.
Okay, thank you. And Stephen, thank you so much for all your work. I really want to commend the leadership of Malibu for fighting vigorously for not only the legal rights, but the moral rights of the residents. I'm hearing a lot of confusion based on this. And it has to do with the fact that this departure route doesn't have the normal dispersion that routes do, that Mr. Tavar is referring to when they exceed certain altitudes. The dispersal usually happens at the higher altitudes, not over the ocean and out of the gate. And that is simply because there are too many incoming and departing routes conflicting over the ocean as they head to and from LAX. So these corridors are pretty much the same and will remain the same historically versus today versus tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? Because they're all flying over a very small concentrated space there in that ocean. But with that said, the arrival routes coming in where the historical pros are at a significantly higher altitude, typically 1,500 feet to 2,000 feet, which is what may allow or should allow the increase to be restored, which David is correct. Of course, the FAA is going to give no guarantees until the final day of implementation or, the final day of the resolve. But it's a pretty clear indication that we can look forward to that type of resolve. The process that you're talking about, the assessment process will take about 3 to 5 months from this point forward. However, there is a federal protocol within the FAA that they do not do environmental assessments more than 9 to 10 months away from a predictable publication date. And that is to ensure that the EA is not too outdated. That gives us about 1.5 years before possible implementation could be foreseeable in the future. When the EA is released, the typical protocol is a 60-day public comment period. And so that is where the other opportunity for public comment comes into play. And that standard protocol, and that happens across the board. The difference between Metroplex and today is there are more of us aware of what's happening and more of us involved. So we will now be aware of that 60-day period, whereas before, none of us knew it was happening and none of us knew that that existed. And that's really all I wanted to say, outside of the fact that the Costa Hybrid is not close to historical restoration.
Timmy,
it is 100% historical restoration.
Thank you very much, Timmy.
Say that last sentence. If she would repeat that last sentence she gave. She got cut off.
She said that Costa is 100% historical restoration.
The Costa Hybrid is 100% historical tracks restoration, yes, through Malibu and through 6 other communities, all the way up until a waypoint called Orizos, which is in the Simi Valley airspace. So as far as you're concerned, it is 100% historical restoration for the Costa Hybrid.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who do we have next?
Our next speaker would be Barry Haldeman, but I don't see him in the meeting. We'll see if we can circle back to him later and hear from Gary Hoffman, followed by Julie Carmen, Rick Mullen, and Ryan.
Okay, Gary, are you available?
I am. A couple of things that just comment on some of the things that have been said. First of all, according to Rick Mullen, who I understand is going to be speaking later on, I spoke to him at length this morning. The proposed or even required height altitudes for these planes are not necessarily the way they are flying. You can ask him about it, but he'll tell you that the flights that are over Big Rock are consistently flying under what is proposed. So the idea that they're at 7,000 feet and then presumably 8,000 feet under the new flight path may look great on paper, but that's not necessarily what people will be experiencing. The Tabor 54 pages, lays out all of the horribles that people are experiencing from airplane noise, all of the diseases, the hypertension, the cardiovascular diseases, the low birth weight of babies, etc. So basically what we're doing at the moment, without any input or discussion with the people that would be affected by these new routes, which are in Latigo Canyon and Corral Canyon and Huerco Canyon and the Malibu Country Estates and Malibu Cove Colony. Nobody has spoken to them. This thing just all of a sudden showed up and saying, all right, we're going to go back to the way it was. However, nobody spoke to these people and say, well, how was it when you were when it was like this? The Tabor report even talks about how it could sound louder in a canyon, even though the plane may be higher than the initial noise when it first crosses land because of the way it reverberates through the canyons. So there are a lot of issues that really need to be discussed with the community, as well as questions about some of the suppositions that are being assumed for this report. Most telling aspect of what's been said so far is that nothing's going to happen for a couple of years. So there's no great rush to say, let's all get on board and just simply approve the staff recommendation. Because maybe it should be, yes, we approve this, but we have certain conditions that our approval is subject to. For instance, what is the difference in that noise level between 8,000 and 7,000 feet? Is it significant enough to change anything? Or should we, even though it's being said verbally that it's difficult to fly more out to the ocean, that should be investigated. I don't think that should just be accepted. The reason for the shorter routes is really to serve the airlines for saving fuel. I'm in favor of that, but I don't think it should be at the expense of people's health, welfare, and quality of life by being under a flight path. No one in Malibu should have to suffer. No one.
Gary, that's your time.
Thank you, Gary.
Our next speaker is Julie Carmen, followed by Rick Mullen and Ryan.
Hi, Julie, are you available?
Yes, I am. Do you hear me?
We hear you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, staff. The FAA asked the City Council to sign off on a plan to reroute LAX flights directly over Corral Canyon, Latigo Canyon, Malibu Country Estates, Pepperdine University, Puerco, and Malibu Road instead of over the pier. But the whole community was not consulted, and this will affect our lives and health. Please do not write a letter from the city embracing this new plan until and unless we all can learn more. We need time and a more thorough briefing by the city and input from the citizens. Apparently, a group called Quiet Skies Woodland Hills won their request to have LAX flights rerouted away from their neighborhoods. Similar groups in Los Angeles, Boston, Chicago, Denver, Phoenix, Portland, San Diego, Washington, D.C., and others won similar requests. So there's no logical reason for the City Council to give in to the FAA plan to aim the flights our way. The airplane noise currently is far less than it was many years ago. We've been here 28 years. Technically, that means that if we go back to the way it was, it will get much noisier. Again, the city should distribute the comprehensive 54-page FAA petition for rulemaking about the severe health hazards caused by flights overhead such as an increased risk of cardiovascular disease, hospitalizations, mortality, increased risk of hypertension, dementia, sleep disturbance for those who live under the flight paths, impact on childhood learning and low weight at birth. Chronic exposure to aircraft noise negatively affects children's ability to learn. All of Malibu's citizens, news outlets, and the students at Pepperdine need to read this report before any decision is made. Without doing that, the citizens and students will be subjected to harm, but won't be fully informed. We also have to consider the well-being of the wildlife that recently migrated here via the wildlife bridge. I strongly believe the planes need to gain altitude by flying over the water and further north to unpopulated coastal areas while still steering clear of the military base at Point Mugu. It is unfair to pit one neighborhood against another. The goal should be quiet skies, Malibu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie.
Our next speaker is Rick Mullen, followed by Ryan.
Hi, Rick, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and thank you for all the time you put into this since 2017.
No problem. It's good to see Steve Tabor here. I won't give everyone a nauseating history lesson on how difficult it was to take on this challenge to the federal government and immense commercial pressures. But and I'll try not to repeat what everyone else has said, but our approach throughout this whole thing was essentially to get it back to, and basically get it back to the way it was and get everything higher, preferably both. And if you couldn't get it back to the way it was, at least get everything higher. And that's what I think that it is the city of Malibu's approach and should be from here on out. I can't emphasize enough that this is really a significant positive development, I think, to be honest with you. It's not just, oh, great, they're gonna do something for us. The involvement of the city of Los Angeles in this is kind of bringing a pretty big gun to the table, and I think that's probably why a lot of this stuff is getting addressed. The ability of separating the outbound from the inbound, as Timmy said, is very important because that gives us the ability to kind of deal with the real problem child in the room, which is the inbound, the Ironman routes. I spoke to Gary and I just heard his wife talking, and anybody who potentially could be affected by that, that's valid. I get it. But the real tragedy throughout this whole next gen thing is people pick like really serene country, quiet rural places like Malibu, and it's happened all over the United States with this next gen thing. And they do it based on the quality of life as it exists. And then all of a sudden they get these routes dumped on them. So typically I would say if you're moving everything back to the way it was and people were happy with it at that time, that's essentially the positive direction that we all want to go into. I think that I just want to say that I'm not affected by these, so I can't speak for those people, but there's a tendency for people who show up kind of the last thing to not understand the complexities of dealing with all these government agencies all over the place and how complicated these things are. And to be able to have some movement on this, which is probably 1,000 times more complicated than dealing with the Coastal Commission, is really a step in the right direction. I'm very encouraged by it. And I'm glad that Steve Tabor is still involved. And if they can address the Ironman thing, which is on the table now, and they've been directed by the courts to re-examine that, that is very, very important and very positive. So that's my comments. And I'm here to answer any questions, but I think Steve and Trevor are fully engaged a lot more than I am at this point. And thank you all for your service, by the way.
Thank you, Rick.
Our next speaker is Ryan, and then we'll see if we can circle back to E. Barry Haldeman.
Thank you. Ryan, are you available?
Yes, I heard the consultant speaking, and it sounded like they were just presenting a deal to us that this is the way it was. I thought we hired them in concert with other cities to affect what we wanted to achieve in Malibu, which was higher altitudes and not the free-for-all patterns, but restoration of the historical pattern. And I didn't get that from this report, exactly how this is unfolding and where it's heading. Maybe the rest of the council did. I don't think it's complicated or confusing. There's a settlement agreement between the city of Newport Beach and John Wayne Airport that their jets take off full power, gain altitude, and then they kind of coast over the town. And so they don't hear the roaring of the jets. And they haven't since the 70s when that was achieved, I think, in the late 70s. So I'm not sure how we're getting any better. The jets are actually getting more quiet, the newer ones that come out. So we should not be hearing worse and louder sounds. So I'm going back to the, I'm glad that Rick Mullen brought it up, that it has a lot to do with the altitude. These low flying jets and things under 2,000 feet, those are very disruptive to the sleep patterns and enjoyment of our own properties here in our own backyards. People who go to the pier, I mean, they have to put up with PCH noise and everything else. They're just there maybe for a day and they're tourists. We need to keep the flight patterns off of Point Dume and not going over Malibu Park, Malibu West, the low altitudes that I've seen these planes at all hours of the night and day, and get back to the achieving the quieter sound. I don't know if it's so much the pattern of where they're going, but it's the sound impact on the ground, which is the issue. And I'd like to have you question your consultants on how we're achieving the decibel reduction in the whole process of the revised flight patterns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
And Mayor, I'm looking because he keeps resubmitting his name, but I don't see Barry Haldeman in the meeting. I don't see any raised hands from the public either. So without him being here, that concludes public comment.
Okay, so we'll go back to the council. Are we all, Bruce?
Sure, I'll say first of all, everybody makes good comments on this. If if we could stop planes from flying over Malibu, full stop, that would be a great thing to shoot for. If we have that ability in any way, shape, or form, and if we have that ability in any way, shape, or form, we should pursue it. But if we can't, and I suspect that's the answer, is that we just can't. That's a much bigger issue than Malibu. And I'm not saying we shouldn't try, but if we can, I actually think the pain should be shared by people, not concentrated on some portion of the city, but it should be shared. And someone's going to have to be inconvenienced, and it doesn't seem right that it should be a specific area inconvenienced over and over and over again, as opposed to having it shared in some way. That's just a general observation. But there's also a great comment that at least one person made about it affects different areas differently. So it's not just a question of taking 10 routes and dividing them up 1/10 in each place, because one place may be affected more severely by the 1/10 that flies there than the other areas affected by the 1/10. All this is way more complicated than I can understand. In any event, I don't think we should be signing off on anything because it's complicated. If we don't sign off on it, it's going to either happen or not happen, but we didn't acquiesce to it. We still have whatever opportunities there are to make objections in the future that our agreement won't foreclose us from making. Whereas if we agree to something, then we've agreed to it and we can't complain about it down the line. I also have to say, I've in a different lifetime, I've lived near a local airport. I know how noisy it can be living near an airport. I imagine that a lot of the serious negative health consequences people are talking about are not from areas like Malibu where a plane flies by. I imagine that's more I could be wrong. I imagine that's more like the people that live in the flight at LAX, within a mile or 2 or 5 miles of LAX, and they're really being bombarded all the time by loud airplane noises. I have to say, I've now lived in 2 different places in Malibu. I lay outside, I see the planes flying overhead. I hike and I see the planes flying overhead. They're nothing like I've heard when I've lived in cities. I mean, I understand it's an inconvenience, and this is a rural paradise, and therefore any noise is disfavored. But PCH is way noisier than any plane that flies by. And if we could actually deal with that and had to deal with the planes, that would be a victory. I'd take the planes flying overhead and getting rid of the noise of PCH any day. But if I understand the question here is whether we should be approving or giving our approval or our concurrence with something, I don't see why we should be doing that. Maybe Steve can explain, I missed it, what we gain by giving that concurrence, because I don't think we do.
The question before the council isn't so much a concurrence saying this is something that we recommend, is presented with these two options, the Lady J compromise and Casta hybrid. Do you have a preference, or no preference, meaning you the current one is as good or as bad as the others? Certainly saying that you have a preference for the Casta hybrid doesn't mean that we'd stop advocating for pushing them out over the ocean further and in higher altitudes and all that sort of thing. It simply means that this method of getting at least some dispersal of the flight paths, some shared pain, if you will, like that's a step in the right direction.
So it's like saying what we're asked to say is basically we agree this is the lesser of two evils.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not formulating this as a motion, but my thought process for the benefit of other members of council is I would take the position that we don't have sufficient information to really say which is a better or worse. We don't like any of them, and we reserve our rights once we learn more and get better educated to take a position down the line. But they're both bad, and we really don't have a informed enough view to say which one is worse than the other.
Okay. Steve, I think it's up to you, I think.
Up to me to do what?
You're next in line.
Yeah, I understand. No, and some, I think I agree with Bruce in terms of if we pick one of these things, and man, we don't know down the road how that's going to be perceived by somebody later on that says, oh yeah, they like this one, even though that may not be the process that we choose. So, I mean, if we say nothing today, if we decide not to send anything out, does that put us in any jeopardy in any way, or is that just an option we have and we can take it without any penalty?
Certainly, Mr. Chang can correct me if I'm wrong, but the LAWA, which would be the organization presenting these to the FAA, there's nothing. You don't commit yourself to anything by recommending one or saying we prefer this one to the other one. That there's no you're not backing yourself into any corner. You don't give up any rights. LAWA reached out to Malibu to see if they had any preference, and that is what this is a response to, is LAWA's reaching out to Malibu to see if there's any preference between these two flight procedures.
The comments that I got from the residents that I spoke to, basically this came in front of them as somewhat of a surprise. That we had, there was some decision today to make a yes or a no or a recommendation. And, they requested additional time to gain more information about this thing. And I sort of like that idea. I mean, I think there are, part of this thing says they're going to fly over Pepperdine. I don't think Pepperdine has any idea that you know that may be taking place across their university. So if I had my druthers, I would propose not to sign something today and figure out how we can take this information to disperse it in the community so more people at least have a perspective that says, you know, here's what's going on, here's where we think we're going with this, and if this is a better thing than what we had before, they can at least try and grasp that, and that may make it easier for us the next time this thing comes around. That'd be my recommendation.
Thank you, Steve. I see Karen.
I just want to note that David Chan has had his hand up for a while.
Then let's call David Chan. David? Mr. Chan?
Yes, I'm trying to unmute myself, so hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to follow up what Steve was saying about choosing one route or not. Yeah, the purpose of that outreach is to give the city of Malibu a preference as to which option they want to choose, either option 1, that's involve a caster, or option 2, which essentially staying the same over Malibu. Now, you don't have to make a choice today, but eventually, this procedure is moving forward. The FAA will have to choose one option going forward. They can not just implement both options at the same time. So either you let the FAA choose or you make that decision now as to which option is best for Malibu. I know for myself, it's a difficult decision, as I understand Bruce's argument. I agree with that. So I just want to leave it at that.
All right. Thank you. Bruce, I see you made it to the head of the line again.
Yeah, well, so so I understand this a little better now. I don't know how crunched we are for time to actually get our position in, but I will make a motion. I think our position should be, we should send a formal response that says, here are the problems with option A, here are the problems of option B. We don't like either one of them. And we're not in a position to say which is the worst of the two. And that way, no matter what gets done, we've preserved our ability to challenge it if there is any challenge that can be made. At the end of the day, I don't think if we choose one, it's not going to occur, right? It's not like our decision to make. This is just our input.
Actually, we have an opportunity to give input, and if we say we don't like anything, we've not given any input.
But we don't. No, it's just input. It's not a choice we're making. We're just giving input, and someone else is making a choice. They may disregard our choice, or they may happen to make the choice we've selected, but it won't be because we selected it. It'll just because they coincide. I'm just saying I think if they're both bad options, we ought to just say they're both bad options. That's my motion, is that we ought to just let them know they're both bad and give independent reasons why each one's bad.
And we all agree that higher is better than where they're flying right now? Can we agree that more altitude would be beneficial to the experience of the people on the ground?
It sounds right, but I'm not a scientist.
Hopefully it will sound not as loud.
But I'm not an engineer. That just makes common sense, but a lot of things that make common sense aren't right.
An acoustical engineer would tell you that sound is a line of sight thing, and the further away you are from a source of sound, the less you will experience it as having a lower decibel value. That's what if you hire an acoustical engineer, and I've hired a couple of them over the years, that's kind of what they're going to tell you. But I find your motion, I mean, we could accomplish the same thing by just saying, well, it's time to go to bed now. And, we're not really giving you any input and we don't like it. I would rather have us at least tell them what we want. We're not, I see Timmy's hand is still raised. Can we recognize Timmy for a moment? Timmy, are you there?
I am, thanks. I just wanted to kind of touch upon what Bruce was saying and hopefully give a little bit of unbiased perspective by reminding you guys that, first of all, I created 2 options for a reason, right? So that in Malibu, by the way, is the only one that has this option. You can either, you can't. You guys alone do not have the choice. Obviously, you know that. There are 7 communities that are impacted by this route. And 5 of those 7 communities are on board with restoring the historical exposures. So in respect to democracy, that should kind of tell you right there which way it's leaning. The outreach to you guys, which I actually initiated last year, LAWA has been very laggard in their outreach. And unfortunately, they chose to send a letter that was a little misleading because it omitted some important facts. And I feel that was a disservice to you guys, you know, because this is already confusing enough. My reports are very detailed and very colorful, and you guys have 1.5 years to peruse them, and I will happily send them again. I even catered specific maps to you guys. I agree. Everybody's in a precarious situation because nobody wants a route over them. And the reality is they have to fly somewhere. So the whole objective of this, of restoring historical paths, and this is just what I want to say to you guys have spent, and rightfully so, a significant amount of money in effort to restore historical conditions. That is the moral and ethical thing to do, which I believe is why, you know, you did it. People were blindsided. That's what this effort is about. And there will always be people that are unhappy, and there will always be people that are happy. I'm not impacted by this in your communities. So as an outsider looking in, I can only say, don't offer an opinion if you're not ready to offer one. You don't have to go on record with that. However, to say, well, neither one looks good, we don't agree with either one, although Bruce, I understand that mentality, you're kind of contradicting yourselves then, because you're saying, well, we fought for historical tracks here, but over here we don't like them. So we're going to pick and choose which part of history we like. So I would just caution you on that and maybe abstain from an opinion until you're ready to give one, as opposed to neither's good, because one of them has to be, right? It's just going to be either they remain as they are, or they're going to get reverted back for you guys. So just kind of mull that over, and keep in mind what Stephen pointed out. It's in my reports about the cross traffic exposures, because that is important. How many people are impacted by 5 routes as opposed to 1 route? And there's more than the 3 that he mentioned. So I just throw that out there, and you guys, please take your time. There is no rush.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I
yes.
could just interject, I believe Barry Haldeman was on YouTube. He has now joined the meeting if you wanted to hear his comments.
Sure. If you will, the rest of you okay with this?
Yeah.
Okay, Barry?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm sorry, I had a lot of trouble getting on for some reason. Well, a lot of things have been said, and I really have to agree with Bruce in terms of, and Timmy, who I don't know who Timmy is, but I don't think we have to make a decision right away. My big problem is the fact that I live in one of the affected areas, and the first time we heard anything about this whole situation going on was about 2 weeks ago, when it suddenly appeared on the agenda for the meeting that was let's see, can you still hear me? Because I got another sign.
We can hear you, Bruce.
Okay,
we can hear you, Barry.
Yeah. So we know nothing about it, and Trevor was kind enough, and Steve, to put together a meeting with only a few people so we could at least find out generally what was going on. And I think if you look at the report that Steve gave, it follows what he said was basically that because of the disbursement now that used to happen, which was a 6-mile corridor where planes were dispersed. Now we're on a half-mile corridor, so everything is more complicated and concentrated. What I would suggest strongly is that you have a meeting with all of Malibu or whoever wants to attend to explain this a little more carefully so that we can all want to do it together. It's not really, it's unfortunate that you have to trade the misery of one group for another. So I think maybe we should try to solve this together as much as we can. And I appreciate all the work that was done. Apparently this report was done in February of this year. None of us know anything about it. So if it's going to affect us directly, we ought to have a role in saying and understanding what's going on. So that's my comment, and I thank you all for putting up with me.
Thank you. And I see John Johannesson's hand as well, and then I'm going to recognize Steve Uring. So John, talk fast.
Good evening, guys. I just want to make a quick reference. Have anyone taken off from the John Wayne Airport? You'll notice that they take off full throttle, thrusting almost straight up. Then they level off, they back off on their engines, and there are people that are in Newport Beach that are monitoring those planes taking off. And if they reach a certain decibel, they get fined. So there is a way to do it. And the planes taking off from LAX, they can climb high. There's a lot of room for them to get up there before they're over us. And keep that in mind. I just wanted to share that with you. I used to live down on Newport Beach, and I've used John Wayne Airport. It's a heck of a rush, the way they take off, and then the way they level down and pull back on the throttle. And it's just out of respect to Newport Beach. So they can do that here.
Thank you, John. Mr. Uring.
Yeah, I'm coming to the conclusion, at least in my mind, that I would like to abstain tonight and then figure out some way that we can get some of this information out to the community so they can begin to understand what the heck this is all about. I think getting them involved is a good idea. So that's that. All back to you.
Bruce.
I still think telling them what's wrong with both options is a good thing. It's not like just saying, let's go to bed. And the reason I said is it's being presented by some people as if it's a binary choice, full stop. It's going to be one of these two, and we just have to say which of these two we prefer or which of these two we like less. It doesn't have to be one of these two. Ryan and gentleman who just spoke explained a way in which either of them can be made better. Paul, you talked about higher altitude is better. There are all kinds of other options besides option A and option B that are not inconsistent with what the objectives are of the FAA and the airports and the industry, and which make our lives better. So the answer is, as I view it, is that here are problems with this option. Here are problems with this other option. Here are a menu of types of things you could consider doing that would improve either or both of the options, that would make them more palatable. And that way we're not locked into anything. And as Timmy said, it's not like they're going to do what we tell them anyway. It's going to, she told you already what the, where the numbers are, as Paul always says. I know how to count. So what's the point of weighing in favor of something that is already what others are weighing in on, or saying the opposite one, which they're not going to do anyway? Just give them the lists of what's wrong with everything and what kinds of things can be done to improve the situation, and see where it goes.
I think the point is that we've employed Mr. Tabor for several years now to try and get some improvement. And I'm going to recognize Mr. Tabor at this point and hope that he can tell us what he thinks.
Yeah. First of all, I just wanted to say that a couple of people have mentioned Orange County. Orange County has a settlement agreement with the FAA regarding the noise, the Orange County takeoff and noise levels as it goes over Newport Beach, and it's had that in place since the early 80s. That ability to get that kind of a settlement agreement was wiped out when Congress passed what's called the Airport Noise and Capacity Act of 1976. And so ever since then, that kind of settlement agreement that Orange County has is impossible for anyone else to get. So that possibility was off the table. That was part of the reason why the petition for rulemaking that we drafted set up a Malibu airspace with noise monitors underneath each of the waypoints, and that was to try to simulate the Orange County situation. Certainly that would be a desirable thing. I do not think that the FAA, barring Congress's intervention, would agree to that. But that was something that to put out there for discussion with the FAA. There are a number of other things. I think the more important thing to remember about all this is that the arrivals are much more important and create much more noise than the departures, and they're the ones that you want to make sure that are dealt with, that rather than Lady J. Lady J is just one procedure. The Ironman in Hull, you have 3 flight procedures that merge over Malibu into a single flight route going into LAX. So, that's where I would put my money on is trying to influence those discussions and on those procedures. That will have a much greater impact on Malibu, and that's where you want to center the discussion about from the community, and make sure that there's transparency with the residents with respect to what is going on. I agree, this came up suddenly, and with respect to Lady J, and there wasn't a whole heck of a lot of time to develop a community response, but it seemed to me in looking at the pros and cons, which I believe are in the staff report that Trevor drafted, that this is a step in the right directions. It's not the answer. It's not the answer to all the issues. It's not the silver bullet, but it's at least, a baby step in the right direction. And like you said, the FAA is going to do what the FAA is going to do. If they don't like the Casa hybrid because it adds a mile or two to the flight path, then they're not going to pick it. They're going to pick the Lady J compromise, or reject the Lady J compromise and say we're sticking with Lady J. That's a possibility as well. So the fact that LAWA was asking for Malibu's recommendation is one that I would not take lightly, because you want LAWA to ask you what your position is, and to ask for your opinion on what they're doing, it's not, it's
again, the lesser of two evils. But is it better than what we have? I mean, do you want to be a part of the conversation?
Thank you. Kelsey, do we have a motion of any sort on the floor?
There was a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein to direct staff to send a letter describing the issues with each option, but it has not received a second.
Okay.
And there was a motion from Steve Euring, I think, to abstain.
Which also lacks a second, I believe. Aaron, are you thinking of anything?
Well, I realized that LAWA wanted a response by, what was it, September 12th? I'm trying to find it here. Yeah. LAWA initially requested a response from the city by September 12th, 2022, but agreed to extend the deadline to allow this matter to be discussed. It says that, I think it means to the September 27, 2022 adjourned meeting. Okay, so here we are. I think we owe it to the community to have more discussion on this. My inclination would be to continue this.
Can we agree that either of these, the Lady J modified and the Casta, are both better than the existing Lady J? Simply because it's higher and they're both higher in elevation? Am I misstating that, Stephen?
Yes, the Lady J compromise and the current Lady J procedure are the same. There won't be any change.
There's no elevation change at all.
I don't believe so. No.
And under the Casta, the elevation change may or may not be real.
Well, I mean, as someone pointed out, what the procedure says and what they're actually flying currently are two different things, and that again was part of the intent of the petition for rulemaking, was to get them to use the altitudes, the minimum altitudes, to keep them at the right altitude, up further, and not fly lower.
Okay. I see Timmy's hand raised again. Timmy, are you there?
I'm here. I'm just unmuting. Okay, thanks. I just want to, I know this is confusing, you guys. But when it comes to the altitudes not being as they're charted, that is true later on in the flight. But because of the ceiling of the arrivals coming in, and there's 3 arrivals. Stevens mentioned 2, Ironman and Ryder, or Hall, but there's also Ryder. So there's 3 of them. So this community is impacted by 4 routes right now, the same community. But what I'm trying to express is, while the planes may not be hitting the waypoints at their charted altitudes, that might be true en route, but it is not the general rule for this intersection, because they have to stay below the arrival routes, which means they are going to go from 7,000 and climb to 8,000 consistently. Or on the historical route, they are going to go from 8,000 and climb to 9,000 fairly consistently. And when I say consistently, according to the ADSB data that I collected from 2016, you're talking 96% of the time based on my calculations. And that simply is because of safety, and they must maintain a 1,000-foot separation. So that scenario that people are throwing out there is not relevant to these 2 procedures as they hit the shoreline of Malibu.
Okay. Thank you. I think the only way I'm going to get more elevation is to ask for a return to the historical route. And I don't know if there's a second, and I'm kind of feeling like there is no deal to be made here.
You want to recognize David Chan?
Sure. David, Mr. Chan?
Yes, Mayor, just want to follow up what Timmy said about reverting back to the Castor route, that will be higher. Again, I just want to reaffirm what I said earlier, that we cannot confirm that the aircraft will be flying higher under the Castor, because you're not changing anything else. You're not changing the arrival route on top of it. So therefore, with everything being the same, just changing the AJ will not give you a guarantee on the high altitude. And the FAA has not given us a commitment on that information yet as well.
Okay, I think we've sparked a debate. Timmy? Do you?
Yes, I'm sorry, they keep muting me, but I do know how to be silent when it's not my turn. David, you misconstrued what I just said. I was speaking upon the historical exposures versus the current exposures. So we've already explained to them that while it is likely, while it is hopeful, while the current altitude suggests we'll get that higher increase, it is not a guarantee. Nothing in life is a guarantee. So that point is made, but I was referring to historical versus current.
Okay. I feel like we're trying to divide a cloud in half with a pair of chopsticks. I think it's time to punt and go on to 6D.
Do you want to just continue this item to a date uncertain?
Yeah, can I get a second to continue this item to a date uncertain?
I'll second.
Well, I've got
I
3
think we all
seconds.
agree.
Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes, but I'd like to have something to get information out to the community. We can do that later, but I think we should think about that.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes. And I want to
Motion
apologize for ducking out there for a few minutes. My wife had a spider emergency. Had to deal with that.
I'm familiar.
Well, I hope you are a good husband. Okay, moving on to 6D. 6D is a resolution declaring the existence of a local emergency and initiating a program for reducing the risk of fires associated with individuals living unhoused and otherwise engaged in unpermitted and unregulated camping.
All right, Mayor, members of the City Council, we'll try to go through this quickly. As you know, the entire city is in a very high fire hazard severity zone as designated by CAL FIRE. Our current live fuel moisture is at 63%, and LFM at or below 60% is considered critical, which we have been very close to and anticipate trending towards soon. LFM is one of the key indicators of fire hazard. Additionally, dry, windy conditions of a red flag typically occur around 5 to 7 times per year, and most commonly during October, November, and December. The LFM, or live fuel moisture, coupled with red flag, pose a clear and imminent danger. And most vegetation fires in Santa Monica Mountains are caused by human activity. So those living unhoused pose a significant risk of loss of life due to wildfire. So this resolution will prohibit encampments in the very high fire hazard severity zones. Parks, beaches, vacant land, or any other designated land that is considered fire hazard. But this does not criminalize sitting, lying, or sleeping in public when a person has no access to temporary shelter. And the Malibu Outreach Team, which has been doing a fantastic job, will coordinate to offer help with notifying those unhoused individuals and help finding resources. So in order to properly prepare for all the aforementioned reasons, it is recommended the city declare the existence of a local emergency with the LFM at or below 65% as calculated and published by LA County Fire Department's Forestry Vegetation Management Unit. This is the same impetus for the proclamation of emergency that the city took in 2021. And the city will review the need to continue the state of emergency every 60 days until this resolution is terminated. So the recommended action is to adopt the resolution declaring the existence of a local emergency and initiating a program for reducing the risk of fires associated with individuals living unhoused and otherwise engaged in unpermitted, unregulated camping. And a slight update, recital section 1P in the resolution that states in 2021, Malibu experienced 17 fires. That's actually 23 fires. So requesting a correction on that component. And that's it. That's the summary.
Thank you very much. Good report. Mr. Silverstein, would you like to make a motion perhaps?
Well, we need to see if there's public comment.
Oh, that's right.
But I have a technical question before that, if I can, which is, aside from factual differences in the recitals like the one you just corrected, is there any difference in this resolution from the one we passed last year?
There was only slight verbiage changes in some sections, but otherwise, though, probably 99% of the context is exactly the same.
Do you know what was changed?
There were comments on like red flag was clarified in a couple sections. We don't have track changes available for you, but I have the differences we could show you. We could send around later. It's not material.
Yeah, it's just to update mostly.
Yeah. It's mostly to update it for 2022.
Further.
Yeah.
All right. So can we have a public comment? Do we have any public that wants to speak on this?
You have two speakers signed up, but I don't see, they are Bill Sampson and Ryan. I don't see Bill Sampson in the meeting any longer, so we'll hear from Ryan.
All right, Ryan, you're on.
Yes, I wanted to say, just for clarity, I don't think anybody from fire department happens to be here at the moment, but the live fuel moisture of 65% has nothing to do with ambient humidity, wind speed, or anything like that. It has to do with fuel load. I think, those are posted and available by the Los Angeles County people monitoring, but we also need to be very cognizant of Edison and their own little criteria that they choose to use to shut off the electric power in Malibu, which is a really big deal. And our history of fires have occurred from generally October 15th through November 15th. Our terrible fires have occurred in that 1 month span in history, and yet our weather is getting more severe, and so it's probably going to occur earlier and longer. So we're kind of in it for this, and I very much support your making this finding, because we are in danger and we are factually in danger, and I'm so glad that we are tracking it and recording it and declaring it. And so please go ahead and vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Mayor, I still don't see Bill Sampson in the meeting, so that concludes public comment.
Okay. Karen, would you like to make a motion perhaps?
I would actually. I would like to move to adopt resolution number 22-42, declaring the existence of a local emergency and initiating a program for reducing the risk of fires associated with individuals living unhoused and otherwise engaged in unpermitted and unregulated camping. And I would also like to thank the staff for this report.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second and a thank you.
Is that with the correction from Mr. Tony?
Yes, thanks.
Recital P, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Bruce, would you like to discuss?
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, as I think I was the major proponent for doing this last year, didn't even want to see it rescinded. So I welcome bringing it back. I'm just concerned to make sure that it hasn't been inadvertently weakened by some verbiage change, because it was the product of very careful study and analysis, and what other people tend to think is not material, I sometimes do. I just have one question. Is paragraph 2 identical to what that paragraph was before?
Section 1B, or which?
Section 2, paragraph 2, because that's the meat of the.
Double check for it.
Everything else is important, but that's the absolute restriction. I just want to make sure that's the same.
Give me 1 second.
While you're looking for that, Mr. Tony, I just wanted to let the Mayor Pro Tem know that, you know, when this item came forward, staff initially came to me and they said they wanted to make some changes. And I really said, no, I don't think that's a good idea. We worked really hard to craft this. And so I just want to assure you and the rest of the members of the council that when I reviewed this, I did that with the same measuring stick. And I just want to give you my assurances that I don't believe that anything will change in here and any material impact on any of those things that I know we've worked really hard to craft this policy. So I just want to give you that assurance.
I appreciate
And
that.
section 2, paragraph 2 is exactly the same.
Okay.
Very
Thank
good. Okay,
I wholeheartedly endorse this.
good. Can we have Kelsey take the roll?
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Uri,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, I'd like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Sarah Wan.
Good night.
Second that.
He adjourned it. He's the mayor.
Done. All right, very good.
Good night, everyone.
Everyone.
Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you for staying up, everybody.